Here is our new product, X or Twitter application, and we are going to create this application with clean architecture, improving the one used in TDD, right? And see how to combine all of this with Supabase. As you can see, you can like and unlike a different posts, and even if we are therefore focused on the authentication, post, creation, like, and feed section in order to fully understand the different principle. Everything will be detailed during this tutorial. I hope you are just going to like it. And yeah, if you are ready, let's go. Hello guys, long time no see, right? So today we are going to build like a Twitter app or X if you want. So what we are just going to do is to use clean architecture coupled with TDD in order to build like a very good scalable app. So we are going to learn a lot during this tutorial, and I think it is far the best tutorial I have spent like time on. So let's start with the architecture first of all. As you can see currently, I just have like empty project as always. And what we are just going to do during this tutorial is to use Supabase for database as our backend and storage tools, basically. So the first thing that we are just going to work on the module is the authentication module. And for that part, what I'm just going to do is not to start working like on the UI as we used to do, but to start with the test logic first. But I think you are just going to understand, and this tutorial I'm just going to go like step by step so you can basically just follow each iteration that I'm going to work on. So I think I have talked too much, so let's start with the architecture first. So what we are just going to do is to start creating like a feature, and the feature is a place where we are just going to have like our feature. For example, the authentication part, letter, for example, we are just going to add like the feeds and any kind of feature that we are just going to add. And inside the authentication, we are going to have, as always, like our data layer, our domain layer, and also our presentation layer. Yeah. And as a reminder, the data layer is the place where we are just going basically to fetch like our data coming from our API or different tools that we want to work on. And the domain layer is kind of the middle part that are going to talk between the data and the presentation. It is the bridge where we are just going to manage the data logic, basically. And the presentation layer is the last part where we are just going to, to have like our widget, our screen, and even if our state management tools. And in our case, these are going to be like Bloc. And for the test part, these are going to look like very similar because we are just going to have like feature, auth, and inside the auth, then we will have like the data, the domain, and also the presentation layer. Yeah. So I hope that you are ready. If yes, let's move on. So the next thing that we are going to start with is the authentication. So we are just going to start with our first use case that are going to be the register one. So now let's just create our first use case. So we are just going to call it register use case test. Yeah, this is the name. So inside this one, basically what we are just going to do is to init like the test. So let's call it like register use case test. And here, what we are just going to do, our first test should, for example, we are just going to guess like we should register user successfully, right? So and return token. So this is what we want. So the first thing that we are just going to need is, for example, let's suppose that we have like something like this. Final So the purpose is, for example, to pass this as parameter to our use case, and then finally accept what we wanted. For example, when we are just going to call like our use case, is to make sure we are getting, for example, and like a token. So the result should be, for example, like a token, basically. And this one, I mean, if I decide to run like this, these are going to just to return me like an error because register is no longer exist, right? So there, let's just try to initialize like a register use case, for example. And this register use case, we are just going to create it directly in our domain. Use case. And then okay. Let me extend. Yeah, perfect. So what we are just going to have is, for example, a register use case that should have like a function. I mean, if you have already worked with Java, you should use, for example, execute. That is how they just name it most of the time. But in Flutter, you can have a function that's named like call, and I can do basically something like this if I want to access like to this function. So let me just import this, and as you can see, this is like instantiation of this class. And basically what I can do is to say, yeah, return me like a string. And if I decide, for example, let's make like something like very dumb, because it is not the purpose of the use case to return like the value directly. Let's just agree on that. So if I decide, for example, to run this code, he's going to pass, right? But as you can see, we are not passing like any parameter at all. So for example, we should have something that say, yeah, required string email, for example. Let me just, okay, username and password. And once we pass like those parameters, they should just return us like a password. So if I still run this, as you can see, this is kind of like a dump test, just to make sure, for example, if I pass a parameter to my use case should return me like a token. But in the case, that's not what we are just going to have, because if you want to follow like the clean architecture principle, the use case should not just, manage the call itself and just return you the token. The use case should have the repository that we are just going to inject. And I'm talking about inject, but I'm not just going to use like get it, for example, or other stuff. Let's just make things like very simple. But we are just going to have, for example, a repository that we are just going to call, for example, something like repository dot register, because the repository are going to have like many functions that are going to take in parameter, for example, the user or whatever, and just return me like the code value that we want. And this is what we are just going to work on. Yeah. So now, before we continue, what we are just going to do is, for example, to start working on like the user DDD. But let me just explain. For example, when you are just going to pass like the email, the username, the password, I mean, what we want, because this, for example, is the information that you are just going to get from the UI or the front, is, for example, to have something where we are just going to be like our user. So, for example, if I wrote like user, the user should be, for example, the user entity. Some people sometimes try to combine like the entity and the model, so it just depends on your purpose, how or like you want to manage your project. But yeah, for example, we should have something like this, and inside the entity we can basically have kind of like a small managing like how we want our data to be. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but let me just explain. For example, I'm just going to pass like the email, the username, and the password. If I run this test, definitely these are going to fail. Let me just show you, because we don't have like the user entity, and they say the method user entity isn't defined for the class, right? So we need to add like this one. So where are you just going to add this one? We are just going to come in our domain use case, and then just before the use case one, we are just going to need like entity, for example, and then let's just create the user entity. So basically the user entity are just going to be like a class, but this class, as you can see, let me just copy this. I'm going to be like much easier. So we are just going to have like an email, username, and password. And our user entity, I'm just going to recur like those. Username and password. And there, what we are just going to do, for example, if I import like this, because we still in our domain layer, if I run this, oh, that's not the purpose of what I wanted to do. Let me just, yeah, okay. If I run my test, as you can see, this is working, because now we are passing like the entity. But let's suppose that, I don't know, we want our test, for example, to fail when we are just going to call like our register if we don't have like if the email is empty, for example. Let's suppose that the email is empty, and let's say should return an error with empty email, for example. I mean, this one, if I still run it, we are not going to have like an error, like the test is passing. But what we expected there is to have like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So this line is telling us that I want you to call the use case, but you should return me like an exception. And the exception is if you face like some error, because there the email is empty. And if the email is empty, then you should have like an error. So if I run my test like this, the test is failing. And he said like, I expect you to return me like an error, so exception, but actually you are just still sending me like a token. So that is not normal. So there is different way to handle this. We can just came here and start making like something that, for example, we are just going to check like the email and say if the email, we can trim it basically, is empty, for example, then we should throw an exception saying that like, I don't know, a valid email, you know. Yeah, and if I run it, he say, yeah, okay, yes, that's normal. Because if you want to text like the error case, for example, I think this is the way to do it. Let me just, yeah, okay. As you can see, I'm calling like the register directly and say, hey, this is my email, this is the username, but you should return me like an error, and because this is timer. But this is kind of like a static logic that we can just avoid like calling every time in our use case. So what we can do basically is to come to our user entity and just put it there. So every time that we are just going to use like our user entity, whatever, like it should be like on the use case, registered use case, in the login use case, or in each use case that we are just going to have it. If I still running like my test, these are going to say, yeah, I'm returning you like an error. And this is the same, for example, if let's say I have like another test, like should return me an error if the email, should return me an error, if email have wrong format, for example, and let's suppose that I just put this as email. So this should, if I run the test, these are going to, it broke because he say I expect to have an exception, so an error, but actually this is still sending me like token, like everything was good. But the thing is, in our user entity, we just we are not taking the case where, for example, the user can be how can I just write this? Okay, yeah. So we should take into account where the user, if the email don't have like, for example, the @ so it's mean that it is not an email, for example. So if I come there now and I run this as a test, like run all the tests, Now, yeah, now it's working because he said that, yeah, your email is not an email. So now I'm just going to throw you like an error. So every time I'm just going to use like the user entity, whatever, this is just going to say like, yeah, I have checked your email and this is not like a good format. So this logic is handled directly by the entity itself. The quick difference that is between the entity and the model, for example, if I had like the model in general on the clean architecture, the model should, for example, if you have like the user model, this model, for example, should just get the data from the API or whatever and just parse it basically. This is kind of, that's what some people call, for example, as DTO, data transfer object. This should not have like, or to manage like any logic, but this is like the small difference between like entity and the model. Whatever, let's just come back there. So what we can do is to add like auto test. For example, let's suppose that we say there that, for example, should return an error if password should return password or if password don't, yeah, do not have at least five character. I mean, this is just an example. So you can, if in your app you want to do something else. So for example, let's suppose that I put like 1 2 3, and this should return me an error if I put 1 2 3 because my password, should be like much longer. But these are going to pass. So it means that there is something wrong. Then I'm just going to come and say, oh, why? And come to my entity and just add, for example, the fact that the password, you can use string, I mean, this is better, should have, how much did I say? I say 4, right? Yeah, should have at least 4. And then just return like password must be at least 4 character long. Yeah. And now if I come and just run this, now this is working. Yeah, it means like every time you are just going to pass your email, your password, and if your username, now you can just add, for example, other rule that is prop to the user entity itself, and the user entity are just going to handle this. Now the next step, because currently we are just returning like the token directly as string in our registered use case, but that should not be the case. What we need to do, for example, is to pass this user to our repository, and this is like the role of the repository to handle how or not the data they are just going to send us, like if it is token, if it's wrong or whatever. So yeah, this is the next thing that we are just going to work on. So now we are just going to work on the repository part. But before that, if you remember, we had already add a test, for example, in case like the email is empty, right? Now let's try to do the same for the case where the username is empty. I mean, if the username is empty, honestly, you can't create like an account, right? Like if I provide like, even if I provide like a good email, for example, a good password, and my email is empty, let me just run this. Okay, we are getting like a code, so that's normal. So we are saying just there that if I call my registered use case, what I'm waiting for is an error, So I expect like exception, but he just returned me like the string, and the string should be like just the token. But the thing is, we are not checking like the username. So let's just went to our user entity. What we can basically do is just to check like if the username is empty, then let's just say like invalid or username cannot be empty, you know, or you should provide like a username, whatever. So there, now if we just come back and we run our test, as you can see now it worked perfectly, right? So now what we are just going to do, because if we want to follow the clean architecture principle, we can just come there and just return like the token. That's aren't going to make like any sense at all, because this is not the purpose of the register to manage all of this. The register should just handle like the logic, but the token, for example, should be like just returned by the repository, because inside the repository we are just going to have like different cases or purpose. But let me just delve more in and try just to work on the repository part. Now what we are just going to do is to run to our domain and create like the Auth repository. First of all, let me just come there and add a new file that we are just going to call like repository. And here let's create like Auth repository. And Auth repository are just going to have like our register method, but these are going to be like the abstract class. And why this is the abstract class? I mean, on other language, you can just use the keyword like interface, but this is like very similar. So the interface is good because if, for example, we want, let me just create like a register, and these are going to return the string for now because we just want to return the token. And as you can see there, if I come there, this register we are just going to pass like the user, but the user should have like, should be like the user entity. Let me just, we should import it, right? So, but the thing is, we are not going to call like auth repository.register directly there, because this is not the real implementation, but this is on the interface, and you are going to understand how this is like very important when you are just trying to build like scalable app, for example. So first of all, it means that now in our use case we should have like the auth repository, and every time you are just going to call, let's just initialize our token, for example, dot register. And as you can see, you can pass this. Okay, perfect. And then there we can just return, but he's saying that we should add this to the controller. So let's just try this. So these are going to help us to inject like the repository to our use case, and for this we can basically or easily just emulate any kind of repository that just follow the same rule as the interface that we just defined there. So later if we add like another function, for example login, logout, like whatever you want, these are going to be kind of like the rule that any kind of repository that you are using, such as Firebase, Supabase, like any kind of repository that you are just going to build later in our data, are going to follow the same principle. But for now, let's just move on and try to create our own mock repository. So as you can see now, I'm getting like error in each part in my code, because if I come there, he's going to say like, oh, he's screaming, you are missing like to add like auth repository, right? So let's come to our data, and we are just going to create a repository, and these are going to be like the implementation of our repository. So let's call it like mock auth repository, for example. And this mock auth repository are going to be the implementation of auth repository. And then if I just came there and say, he's saying that you are missing like one class, so you should add this one, because he can definitely find it from the interface or the abstract class and say, so here's the part that we are just going to return like our token. So every time, this is because I'm missing like the async, but every time that I'm just going to call the repository, like the use case, for example, so here what I can do basically is come and say, now you can use my mock auth repository, and I can do the same. I just want to run this and to show you first of all that it works. And then if that's not the case, yeah, I should not add this. Let me just remove. Yeah, okay. And same for the next one. So if now I decide to run the text, the test is working and it passed like all of them, because now we are injecting like the repository that emulate the fact that it just returned our token. But later, for example, we are just going to replace like this mock by Supabase auth repository, for example, if you want to add our real implementation. And let's suppose that tomorrow you want to change, and you should like, you don't want to use Supabase anymore but use Firebase. You should just create like Firebase auth repository that follow like the same rules or principle, and it won't break like all the logic that you have in our use case, and later all the logic of your front end or of your UI in your presentation layer. You know, that is also one of the props or advantage if you want. But I mean, this is good, but if we want to improve this, what we can do is to like just set up all of this in order to not have like you know, because every time if I made a research, we are just calling like this for each test. So what we can do is just come there and add a new function called like setup, and what we are just going to do is to initialize our just like this, and then we can easily just remove any initialization that we had, you know. And yeah, that's fine. So if I run my test again, running, building, everything is good, everything is working, and I'm happy, right? So this is the case where we are just checking for each field that we have, like email, password, username, and if there is some error, they are just going to say, hey, you are getting an error, right? So there is also something that we should test, and that, for example, can happen is, let's suppose that there is something broke with your API and your register that should, you know, return you like the token, for example, are fixing error and say, yeah, there is something wrong. So what we can do is to add like another class that we are just going to call like mock auth with error, for example, repository. And this, let's suppose that it's just going to, you know, throw an exception. So we are simulate just error for the text and say registration just failed, for example. So we are just going to come there register use case. Yes, so what we are just going to do is to use this and say register use case with the error, for example. So let me just initialize like a new one with error use case, and then use like this one. And as you can see, it helped me because it just take like in parameter auth repository, so I can inject like any kind of mock that just respect the same interface one. So this one, let's just copy this and say, yeah, okay. So there we are just going to register error. So if we pass this, it should also like return us like an exception, because now in our mock auth with error repository we are having like an error. So if I run this, then as you can see, yeah, it worked, so it's fine. Now what is like kind of the next step that we should work on? We are not going to add like the Supabase auth repository directly and try to make a call with Supabase. I mean, I want you to really understand what is like the benefit of clean architecture and also like separation of consent. So we are going now to work on the block part. So if I just, so what we are just going to do is to add like some dependencies that's in our pub spec, and then work on the block and our presentation layer. And then after that, we are just going to add like the Supabase. So now let's just add some dependencies. Yeah, I wanted like to use like this version for the block test as well. I will use this one, Flutter block. Yeah. So those are the main dependencies that we need for our project, you know. So, and equatable. So, and after that, you should just run like pub-get to make sure like everything is good. Okay, so he just, you know, process, so it's fine. Now we are just going to work on our presentation layer, but first of all, let's work on the block part. And what is the purpose of block, or any kind of like state management tools that you want to use, such as like Riverport or other whatever, or even if you want to use like Bloc and Qubit. The thing is, we are just going to use them to call our different use case, and these are going to be like much easier if we want to have like persistent data in our presentation layer. So let's come to the presentation and just add like block and say register block test, for example. Here what we are just going to do is to write like just the text, but definitely something that we are just going to improve. But what we want first of all is, when we want to register, different state that we want is to have like register, it should load, and it should just return our like, yeah, success, and your account has been created, right? So for that, let me just, yes, I want more space so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. And here we are just going to call like our register block. And the thing is with our block, so how does block work? basically you should, let's suppose that this is your UI. Your UI should call like an event. So in our case, for example, we are just going to say like, this is like register event for submitting. So this is like my event that I'm just going to call, and Bloc are going to say, yeah, you are calling like this event. So I'm just going to check, for example, and once my event is like kind of like trigger, what is going to happen in my block is these events are just going to say, yeah, have a function that are going, for example, to tell you in the first time that, yeah, you should be show like a loader, because this is like the state that I'm sending you. Like currently I'm on the loading state, state loading, but whatever, loading states. And then this is kind of like the first thing that I'm telling you. And once I'm finished to execute like the function, I'm just going to say like, this is like success state, for example. And if I send you like this as state, for example, it means that everything is good. Then you are just going to send the response to your UI. It seems like very simple, right? I mean, it is. You should just understand how does it work. So now let's just continue with this. And what I'm just going to do is to say submitted. And here, let's suppose that we are creating like a real account, username, Fabrice or Fabio, whatever you want to call me. And for the password, 1234, because, oh, let me just add also like, and the expect one mean what I'm waiting for my block to do. So in this case, like in this normal case, waiting for the loading, and you should also like sending me success if everything is good. That's normal, like if nothing is working there. It is because we don't have them, you know. So I'm just going to went to the lib directly in my presentation and add like a block. So in the block, there is two main folder or file that we are just going to add. The first one should be register block. The second, the register states, and the third, the register event, right? So let's start with the state, because I think this is kind of like I would go into say like this is one of the most important part, but each of them is important. So the register, so a quotable class that I'm just going to add is very helpful if you are making like test in Flutter. So it will just avoid you to have some, let's say, conflict. For example, if you want to compare like the same class in Flutter, so or in Dart, yeah. So this is just the state. So as always, this is just an abstract class, but the main and different state that we are just going to have like is the register initial one. So this is like the first one. You can add as many state as you want based on your use case. You know, in my case, initial loading success. Those are the main one that I use, and the last one is like the failure one in case there is an error, because sometimes it's happened, and the error just make sure that it just return like the message. So register failure, and let me just copy this, and we should just see. Okay, so those are the four main state: that initial, load, success, failure, failed, you know. So for the event is basically what we are just going to call in our UI. For example, in our case, we are here just to submit like something um, to our API. So let's just register, and as always, we need register events. So final string email, username, and password. Good, right? So we have our events. This is like register, submit. If you want others, you can add them. I don't know. In this case, we just need this one. And for the block, this is the part where we are just going to populate like our state and our event. So let's just create a class called register block, and this register block are just going to have, if I come there, as you can see, let me just show you. I want it to import, yeah, so I can show you. So in the register definition, like the block definition, you can see, I don't know if you can see it, but we need to pass like the event and the state, like it is kind of like mandatory, so our events and our state. Yeah. Now there we need to create like what our block are going to need. We are just going to call our use case, because there is one of the reasons that we are here is to use like the register. And then, so the initial state that we are passing is initial. I mean, that's normal. And the register, now this is the event that we are just going to listen on. So if the user just call like this, we are just going to execute the request. And this is also why we have this function. So now let's work on the function itself. What are going to happen is, first of all, we are just going to say, hey, you just called me, so you should show like a loader, whatever you want, but currently we are in the loading mode. And then we are success, in case there is like, I mean, it can only be used. Okay. So yeah, what like this is going to do is to say, tab argument. Oh, okay, yeah, that's normal. That's normal. If you call like the sorry, I almost forgot. You need to say, you need to just specify like the event and the emit, because I mean this is like just block. So I wanted first of all to start making some tests, but let me just put like this just there. And what is going to happen what is going to happen is I can start like import like those success, add, and yeah, for the block itself, what we can start doing, let's just create a group as always. I can just call it like register block test. Should be like much easier. Let me just copy. Okay. So we are just going to initialize our register block. Just the register block. So, you know, we'll have this, but that's normal because we need to set up our block definition just there. So these are going to be register block, and as you can see, he said that, yeah, but you need to pass me like the use case. But what I can do, for example, from now is just how can I say this? Let's just, yeah, and now I have this. Let's just run this and see what's going to happen. As you can see, it worked. He said like my test just passed, like because what I asked him is, yeah, submit me like all of these to the use case. Definitely I'm not using the use case right now, but check if you are sending me like the loading state and the success state, right? So the thing is, now we need to call the use case just right there. So for that we need to inject the use case, and this use case that we just have there, you know, we are just going to call the use case. And if you remember, just there in our use case we have those parameters like email, username, password. Yeah, so for this we need to say our call function is like sync one. So these are just going to be like a feature. And yeah, now to get like all those information that we are just passing to our event, so we need just to get, you know, if we pass this to our event, we need to call like event dot email, event dot username, and event dot password, and he's going to just get like all those information that we just have there, you know. And once you have this, so this is normal, we should have like a user case. So let's call our register use case. Our register use case are saying that, yeah, there's also like something that you should just pass to me, and then we can also pass like our mock repository, I mean the good one that should be return the token. And if I run this again, I mean this should work or not. So let's find what is the error. Oh, you know, that's great because he's telling us that there is an exception and the password must be at least 4 characters long. So here we have just 1 2 3. Let's just add 4 and just rerun this. It means that without our test we are not going to see this and just suppose that, yeah, everything is fine. But our test just remind us that, yeah, bro, you just forgot something and you should fix it. So this is perfect. Now the thing is, we can have like an error, right? Because if we have something like this, for example, like we just had previously, let's suppose that in this case I write like a bad email and I run this, what is going to happen? He's saying that, hey, you are getting like invalid email. So I should have the state after loading one should be a failure one that I'm expecting, right? But in this case, I should just, what I'm just going to check, for example, is to make sure that I'm getting a failure as a response, kind of. So if I run this, he's saying that you are getting like an exception, and I'm waiting for register failure, but this register failure events never, or like state, sorry, never come. And if I take a look to my register block, it is because like we are not sending like at any time like the register failure just there. We are saying that loading success, and that's all. But the thing is, what we need to do is to wrap like this in kind of like a try catch in case like there is something I done wrong that just happened. So we should have this, and he should emit like a failure, and the failure of course like just taking an error. So we should have something like this, you know. And then if I run this should like try catch the error and say, bro, you are getting an error, so I should send you like the statue failure. And now it's worked. Yeah, I hope that you are getting what I'm saying and everything is like clear. And if you want also like to, you know, to just to test, for example, in the case that you have the repository that's wrong or something like that, you should add like register block with error. I mean, it is with error, but you can just rename it and just specify where the error should come from, because we are just going to use the repository one, like with repository error, for example, if you want. Yeah, just naming stuff, bit long but work. So let's just copy this. What we want, I mean, every time I'm saying this, but this should be like success. In this case we want failure. In this case we are expecting like, wait, yeah, so in this case we were expecting like successful, that's no problem. In this case we were expecting like when register, so when email is wrong, and in this case it is, oh yeah, I just duplicate like this. Okay, Fabrice, I mean those two are pretty similar, right? You can just remove this. Yeah, so we are testing the normal case, like when everything is good, when the email is wrong, for example, in this case, but you can test like when the username is empty, whatever. And there, what we want to test is when the repository should return us like failure when the repo is broke, for example, or just repository read an error. Yeah, so still saying those same information, but there we should say like good information, you know. The only thing is we are just going to use like register block with, so this also should be catched and just return us like an error, you know. Okay, perfect. So I think we are done with the block part. Now the next step are going to add the presentation layer. So what we are just going to do that are going to be funny is, now let's work on the UI. I mean, not the final UI as expected, but we are just going to work on some UI that are going to call our block, because this is kind of like important, right? So what we can start to do basically is to come in our screen and create like a register page. So the register page, this one, I can close almost all the tab, push this there, and as you can, these are going to be like stateful widgets. So we can call it like a register page, register screen, just depending on how you just fill it, you know. So our register page are going to need like 3 main inputs, and we already know that. So let's just create like test editing controller for the email, for the username and the password. So username and then password, right? And I'm just going to also add this function, but we're just going to understand why. So this function basically, this is the function that I'm just going to use to when the user just tap on the button, for example. So we are just going to use Bloc and say, hey, I want you register Bloc, and there, if you remember in our Bloc, just there, we are just going to pass like an event, because we need to specify which event with those information that we are just going to provide. And in our case, these are going to be like the submit. And here we should just pass. I know that everyone that has been following like Flutter guys YouTube channel is like very good in design stuff, but and there's also some people that are extremely good though, and then just passed. Yeah, looks fine, right? So now what we are just going to do is to work on the, you know, the main, and there let's just add like a scaffold. I don't know how to write. A quick app bar. So the app bar just going to say, hey, that's me. So register. This thing, I don't know how to write it like every time. Yeah, I should add like Copilot for auto completion. That should be like much easier. Well guys, if you are using like so let me just explain to you here. What we are just going to do is to add block builder, and block builder are going to help us, for example, to get like the block state. So based on this state, we can show, for example, the loader, show the final response, and it is kind of very similar to just, you know, helping us to get like the state and just show what we want in our UI. But first of all, let me just specify this. Yeah, and I was saying that if you are using like the AI, for example, in our daily life as, you know, programmer or code, whatever, can you just let us know like in the comments section? Because I'm a bit curious. I want to know that if you guys wanted, because we were chatting with Maddie and she want to know if you would like to have like some tutorial about how to use like those tools to build like a good and maintainable app. But yeah, just let us know. So what we are doing there is to check, for example, the state. If it is like loading, this is the sample. This is like very simple. We are just going to return like a loader bar. And okay, and if not, then we should ask the user to just fill the form, you know. And the form are going to be like very simple. This is just text field for now. So I'm adding like the email, the username, and the password. I'm just going to show you the result in few minutes, you know. So that's very funny because since we just started this tutorial for now, we were working mainly on the test part, so we haven't like built anything on the UI. So this is the button that we are just going to click on that are going to, you know, submit like all of those to our block and just call our register. And so there we can just say, hey, click on me, I'm the register button. Perfect. Let's just copy this. And something that I'm thinking about is to also, let's just add the state where, for example, there is like a failure. If there is a failure, then we can just show the message. And constant text time, color, red. And I mean, if it is just successful, then we should just show registered successfully. Congrats. And then show it in green, maybe. Okay, this is good. So in our kind of like main, what we are just going to do is to like wrap all of these and, you know, call our register page. I mean, this is like going to be like very simple, but let's just move to our main page. And previously we just had this, you know. So we are just going to say, hey bro, move on. And let me just, and call block provider. And our block provider should have perfect. And there we should initialize our register block. If not, it's not going to work. Register use case. And this part is the part where a lot of people use like get it. But I don't want to use get it for now because I want you to like to really understand how things work, how like the injection is being made. Because it was like something that's also like I was just using get it because a lot of people were using it, and I doesn't wanted like not wanted, but I didn't like understand it. But now, we are here to learn, so let's just learn. So now we should inject like the goods repository, but we don't have like Supabase repository for now. So let's just come there. And in our data, we are just going to create repository and add a mock. Definitely we are just going to delete this letter. I mean, so let's just use the mock for now. Auth repository. And the mock auth repository are going to. So let's just run this first of all there to see, for example, if our app are just going to run. Oh, that's an error. That's normal. Let me just select the emulator, the good one, and try to run this. Okay. Perfect. So let's suppose that let's move to our Bloc test. Yeah. Let's just copy paste those one we doesn't want to write. And let's suppose that, for example, there I just add like 1, 2, 3 and I want to register. He's going to say password must be at least 4 character long. So this is not good, right? Like this is not good. So there is also something that I noticed. We are showing like exception, but we should just show like the final message. So what we can do, I already have it there, but this is just let's say is just a kind of like small parsing that I used in my project. I call it like formal error, and these are just going to take like the error, remove the exception if there is like kind of exception keyword, and just show the error. Very simple. And this one we should just call it in our block. So let's move on there, and just there we are just going to say, hey, format me my error. So if I just do this and come back to my test and just copy this, add this and copy this one, and I say register, yeah, he said that you should add like something else. And if I adjust if and click register, he said register successfully. Fine. I mean, that is great because we haven't had like Supabase yet as logic, but it didn't avoid us to build like our app, right? I mean, just to start the register part, but this is like a waste time because we add a test, we are sure our module is working well, and you know, we are not just running out of the time and say like, yeah, I should add Supabase, if not, nothing is going to work. So yeah, I hope that currently everything is good. If you want to play a little bit with that, you can also make like just pause on the video for now, try to add the login one and just make play again, you know, to see if you just really understand how like it works. So now we are just going to ask yourself, where does we get the login and the register page from? Like I will explain to you, those are very similar. I just add them so it will just avoid time, you know, to write the same code twice, kind of. So first of all, what I just start, let me just explain you, is to come and add login user case, because we have already did the register use case. So the login one is pretty similar. We check the email and password. If everything is good, then we just, you know, check the token. And for the if there is, for example, an error, like if you provide the wrong email, then we just are going to throw like an exception and don't make sure that this exception is catched, you know. So if I want to my login use case, as you can see there, and if I just decide, for example, to take my register use case, just there, let me just register use case there. There we are using the user entity because we are passing like, you know, the username. But in this case, I just create like login params that I'm just going to add just there as login params in the model in my domain. And these are going to be very similar. The only difference is I'm not checking like the username because we don't need it, you know. So Here now in our login use case, then we pass the email and password. So we need to add like a login function to our repository. Very simple. You add login function to your repository, same as we did for the register, and then you just call it, and we should have like this a return. But if I just came to the repository that I just have there, as you can see, if I remove, for example, the login one, he's going to say, hey, I need you to add like the login function. And this login function have login params as parameter, and just this is our mock. So it just return, the token. And in our mock that return an error, then we just say like login failed. Yeah, that's normal. So this is the first part. So working on the login use case, just there, very similar to our register. Then the next step should be to move to our block. So inside our presentation layer, what I just did is to separate like the login from the register. Very simple. So the register already have block and screen. So the login are going to be very similar, have this block and screen as well. Login, let's just start by login. I close everything there and just start with the login state. The login state, very simple. Login initial, we can make a pause and see this. Login, loading, login success, and login failure. For the events, we also add like login submitted, and for the block, we just use login use case that we pass as parameter, because we need to inject the use case to the login block. And same as we did for the register, we are just going to emit like the login loading and then call our login use case, pass email and password. The view is very similar if we just came to our login page, because now this is the part. But before that, there is also like login block test, where we just test our login. Similar again to the register, you just need to pass the login submitted to your block, add the field that is required, and just make sure that you are getting the state expected, So let's move on to our login page. Our login page also are going to have like two main fields, the email and the password. So this is our on login press button that once we click on it, are just going, login button are just going to submit those different parameters. So yeah. And here, the only and big difference is, let me just open the register page. So the register page have a block builder, as you can see. In our case, we still have our block builder in our login page, but we are just going to wrap our block builder inside something called block listener, because this block listener are going, as his name say, to listen. So if there is like some change, for example, from the state like login or login failure, then we are just going, for example, to show like snack bar, or just have access, and redirect user to the home. What is the home? That's a good question, right? If I move to my main directly, you can see there is here also some few changes. The first one is in our material app, we just remove this as we had before and say just home register page, right? Like this. So we remove this and just replace it by initial root. That is kind of the routing system that we are trying to add. And by default, it is the login one. So he's coming to come to login page, the user can decide to log in or not. And then, for example, if the user login, if everything is good, then directly we are just going to redirect to our home page, which is just there. I mean, I just create like very simple stateful widget. It can be stateless as well, and just return, this. So this is basically the flow. But the only thing that is like very important in our main file is we wrap all of this in what we call like multi-block provider, because now we don't only have the register block provider, but we have also the login one. And for our example, I'm just keep using like the mock repository that we are just going to replace now. So now if we want to make some tests, let's just rerun our app. Okay, I can come copy this, and for example, let's just write like a bad password. If I click on login, then I got the snack bar here because the state just changed, and then he's going to show me password must be at least 4 characters long. But if I just put the right password, I mean the right one, you can use whatever you want as password, just make sure that is superior to 4 long character, then I just get redirect to the home page directly. So I hope that this step was quite very simple to understand for you, because if you understand how the register one work, then you should understand how the login one work. They are very similar. But now we are just going to continue to go step by step on the other feature. I just want to add the login flow for you, so it will just avoid you to have to spend time on it just watching like this part during his building. Yeah. Perfect. So now what we are just going to do, we have our app like this, but every time we want to log in, there is something that's going to happen is we are just going to log in like every time. So let's just install like Flutter secure storage package like this and just run like pub-get, in order to just install it. And the reason that we are installing this one is we want to like save or store the user token. So first of all, the first thing that we are just going to do is to come to our auth layer, like feature auth data, and inside the data layer, let's just add a data source. And inside our data source, the first thing that we are just going to add is session local data source, because here is the place where, let me just close like other tab, and I can even if close like all the tab there. So session local data is the place where we are just going to have, for example, to save our token if we had one. So what I can do is basically just create like, first of all, an abstract class called session local data source like this. And inside this one, I'm just going to need like 3 main functions. The save token one, that are just going to have like the token. We can decide, for example, to just write this. We are just going to have like the get token, and if you want also like the delete token one. Those are the main 3 functions that we want, and of course each of them are just going to be like the feature, and this should return us like the token, and this should be. So let's just create like the class session local data source implementation. and these are just going to extend the interface, you know. So we should have this. What is going to happen is we want to just use the package we just installed, you know, the Flutter secure storage one, this, and we should definitely inject it as we are already doing for other stuff. So for the save, let's just yeah, right, and there we are just going to need like the key and the value, and this is like a async function. So what we are going to do first of all is to create like a key. So let me just, you know, constant, let's just call it like key token. Okay, so this is the key where we are just going to save like the value of the token that we are just going to pass to parameter. And for the get token, we are just going to return this read, and we should read like the same key as well, right? So this is async function 2, and for the delete one, yeah, just call out, let me just set it to async and just delete based on the key. So it is kind of like our local database for storing and managing the token. So we just have our key, delete, get, and save, and here is the key. So now the next step are just going to have our user, you know, session service, because this is kind of like the low level one. This is present in our data source, but now that we have this, we can just like, you know, call this from the application like layer. So we can just basically just add this one if we want to create like one application layer and add services. So inside the services, what we are just going to have is user session, services, and here our user session services are just going to, if I want, I can just do this, and these are just going to have like the session that we are just going to inject. So again, this is like very easy, because if tomorrow we want to change our session local data source, or just change the way that, because now I'm using like Flutter secure storage, but if tomorrow I want to just use like the simple basic storage, for example, I can just replace it and just keep those functions remaining and just use them many as I want. So yeah, here we are just going to have save user session, and to save the session, this is simple. We are just going to call our save session, you know, like this, and let's just do the same for get user session. Don't need a parameter, so we should just get like the token, you know, any parameter, and same for clear user session. We don't need any parameter, but we can just delete the token. And then we should have like another function that we are just going to just return us, like if for example the user is logging or not. So here, very simple, we should just, you know, check. I mean, even if here, yeah, I can add, yeah. So we should just check the token. If you remember, the token can be like empty or null. So we can just do this. Really, if it is different from null and the token is not empty, then it means that the user is logged, you know. So yeah, this is basically what we have, and we are going to use like this like very simple, and just to save our information. For example, if we want, you know, to store the user token. Yeah, now what we are just going to do is to, you know, save the token. But at least if you don't want to have like the application layer different from the domain layer, because you know this is kind of like the same, you can just move it there. But then we are just going to have like the service directly in your domain, you know. This make more sense. So as you can see, yeah, I just forgot, for example, for the save one, we can just like let call it like persist, for example, token. And yeah, this one is not returning like anything, so we can just save the token there. The get token, as always, return like the string. The clear one, or maybe we can just call it la logout if you want, because this we can use it like later, you know, and he's just going to log out basically, and it's logging. Yeah, just keep it just like this, very simple. Now the next step is we are going to just try to inject like this in our login block. If you remember, this is one of the parts where we need login block. Yeah, and the thing is, now we have this in our login block, so we also have like our login block test. Yeah, and our login block currently are just having the use case. But let's suppose that the user just, you know, successfully connect. Then let me just see, you know, this is the token that is being returned by our login use case. So basically this token, we can just decide to just kind of like just save it. So what we are just going to do, for example, let's just go like this, tokens, and here let's say what we want is our user. Let me just have, yeah, okay, yeah. So our user service are just going to be called, and we are just going to call like our persist token in order to just, you know, save the token directly from the user. But for this we need to inject the user session service directly there, and now this is going to be required. Yeah, because this is kind of like important. If not, we can't like decide to save the user information just right there, you know. Yeah. And even if for the register block, if you remember, he's also like return us like the string, so we could just copy this and save this, but this is going to need to be injected as same as in the login, you know. And yeah, of course we should import this definitely. So once this is done, what now we need to update like the main, because now we are going to need to inject like the user session service. So even if like I close all the tab there and I went to our main, there is something that's going to be broke, right? So he's going to say, hey, you need to send me like the user session service, right? Because I need it. Like without it, I can't like do almost anything basically. So for that, what we are just going to do just in our app, because currently our app is kind of like this, we need to pass like the user session service, right? But the user session service itself, let me just show you this one. Wait, what is happening? Yes, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me just. So the user, yeah. So the user service itself need to have like a session local. So what I'm just going to do is to just call it like user session service like this, and we are just going to need the same for the, yeah. So let's just define it just up there, user session service and user session service. So yeah, and this also like require the session local data source. So let's just do the same. The session local data source, session local data source, session local data source. And this section local data source also require, for this we are just going to use the implementation. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm coming. So and same for the secure storage. So the secure storage also we need to, you know, Flutter secure storage, const Flutter secure storage. So by injecting like those, for example, we are just going to have like the same instance that we are using like in the same, I mean, this is kind of this is the thing that we should do. But in our like Bloc test, for example, as you can see, I'm just going to have an error or so, because he's going to say, hey, I'm missing like the user session service. But I will come up later on this one. So let's convert like our stateless to stateful widget. If not, he's not going to, to see what is happening. If I'm just a bit curious and I just made this. Yeah, let me just initialize our I think I can keep like this as well, but whatever. Yeah. Now the thing is, okay, if you log in, we are just going to store our, in our login use case, we are just going to say our login block, sorry. Yeah, we are just going to save our token, but this is not solving the problem because we need to check, because currently if I just restart the app, he's just going to say, hey, your initial route by default is just, this, but what is happened? So let's create like a splash screen. I don't know, for example, where we want to just add it, but we can just add it at yeah, just there, something very simple, and just say, hey, splash page, and this is going to be, of course, like and the thing is, we are just going to inject, when I say inject, just pass into parameter, because we need to pass this into parameter too. Yeah, okay. And based on this, we are just going to check if we should show a loader or if you should just redirect the user. So very simple. Let's just add an init state there. And in our init state, what we are just going to do is to have like check session function that we just create there. I don't know how to write. Okay. And then here, so just is login, because we already have these that are going to tell us like if we are logging or not, if you are logged. So let's just make sure there is nothing broke. So the month, just make sure that the patch is already loaded, so if that's not the case, we're not going to have anything. And yeah, if you are just, let me just search for push replace like this one, and if you are login, then we should redirect to the home page, and if not, the only page that we should redirect the user to is the login page. So we should have this, so, and if there is something that we wanted to show during scaffold, what is happening? Yeah, okay. Okay, I just import Cupertino, that's why. Okay, and then yeah, circular indicator, that so we show just a loader if there is something just happened. The time we just get like the user session and just make sure like he's loading. Right, so if I just came there and decide, for example, to run my app, Of course, currently I'm still running like the app without just updating the test, but let me just show you. Okay. Oh, there is something. If I just try to log in, because now there, let in our home, what we are just going to have is just called like our splash page, because we are not calling him. But now that should be okay. So we won't have like a login anymore. So let me just restart this. Went to the login, for example. Just remember those are kind of, and yeah, it just login. So if I just restart the app, the thing is now he's coming to just there. And if I just print for you guys so you can just see, yeah, I can even show you like the token one, widgets that user session dot get, to just make sure that, let me just restart this. So he's saying that, yeah, we have like instance of string. I guess this because, okay, yeah, definitely. I mean, so he say, yeah, if you want, we can add like a logout, and once user click on it, then we are just going to call directly our logout function. So this will just delete the how I want to say, yeah, we just delete the token. So yeah. Okay, now for the text, if you remember, we just have this, but the thing is, this should be fixed because we are not going to have this only in this section. Even if on the register one, I know that we are just going to have this, but there is two cases. I mean, if you want, you can just install like the Mockito package or Mocktail. Between those, I just like Mockito the most, but there we are just going to create like our own mock, as we just did, for example, for this, if you remember, like in data, we just have this. So we will are just going to have like, what am I saying? Yeah, we are just going to have we are just going to create our own mock. Yeah, let me just close all of these because those things I just get like very long. Yeah, okay. And yeah, so let's just add kind of like let's mock user session service, and let's just call it like, yeah, this should be fine and this should be okay. We are just going to do the same for, hey guys, it's me again. So for this and for this, and we should just initialize. I know you are still seeing like some red color, but what do you want me to say? That's not wrong. So there, like same as we just had, just there, and have a service. We are just going to come in our domain, just add like a services, and inside the services one, we are just going to create our like mock. So let's just create the mock user session service, and this should be just like, let me just take the original one, close it, copy this, and just replace and call it like mock user. But these are not going to have like any injection or whatever, I don't know. So these are just going to to return us like kind of like just fake data. So let me just check something. Yeah, I think what we can do just to make sure. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this. And this is going to okay. Yes, and by default, this is going to be linked to our user session, you know. So, so with this, okay, yeah, let's just try to mock like all of this. But the thing is, sometimes I just use like mock. It is like very simple, but whatever. I just do it manually. Yeah, mock token, for example. You want this, right? Yeah, so it's logging. But for this part, if you want to replace it like with like mocktail, that should be like much easier. So very simple. What do you want me to do? You say, oh yeah, the logout one. And keep async, but this is not. Let me just user session service. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. You should not, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, this should be good. And for the yeah, this should be good too. So the only thing, but if I decide, for example, to run this, yeah, okay, this is fine because we don't care about the implementation. Just right there. Okay. If you want to make sure, yeah, all of test is working, you can run like Flutter test, and this is going to test like almost everything that you just have. Oh yeah, I should have like unused test, right? Yeah, but let me just rerun this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, good. Now the next thing, we are just going to work on the feed. Great. Now we are just going to work on the feed part, you know, because now we have our authentication that is like kind of setting up, working well. But now let's work on the feed. So what we want is, for example, we want to enable the fact that we should like fetch different posts, so the first thing that we are just going to do is to create like as we had already did, come to our domain and create fetch feed use case. And if you noticed, we haven't like worked with Supabase yet, because now we are setting up like all the architecture. Close other tab, perfect. And then we can just come there if you just want to. Yeah. So what does we want in our kind of like first test? So what we want there is, for example, we should like return a list of posts in for the user when he just came to his homepage. So let's just create a group as always, call it like fetch feed use case test. And for this, turn list of posts, for example. And here, what we want is to have like final result that are just going to, let's just say, for example, we are calling our fetch post use case. Example, that's normal, it's not exist yet, so and what we are going to look for is our result. For example, should be like list should be a list of posts, for example, right? And let's say the result length, because these are going to be a list, should be like greater. There should be like at least one post returned by our fetch use case. So now what we are just going to do, for example, for the fetch use case, let's try to create our, because the fetch post use case are just going to like kind of having like injection, because we are just going to need to mock it for now. But let's create there our domain. I mean, this should also have like the data and the presentation layer, but perfect. So inside our domain, fetch let's just call it like fetch post use case. I'm just going to rename these. Okay, perfect. So what does our fetch post use case should have? Because you can have like something like this. I mean, if I run this test, it's not going to work, right? Because there is a lot of red just there. But we should have our class. That should return us like a list, you know. A list of posts. And this is what we want. Like if we call our use case, it should return like a list of posts. But the thing is, we don't have like a list yet, right? So what we need to do, for example, is to define like the post entity model. Like, I mean, just the post entity. So let's just come to our post, like our entity just there inside our domain. I mean, I'm just going to move this one. Okay. So what did you want to add to the post? So let's just say our posts are going to have like an ID. We are going to add like a user ID because each post should have like user ID or author ID, whatever you want to call it. Each post are going to have like the create the date, and here let's say people can like, for example, the post, people can comment the post. So yeah, that's not like funny at all, but okay, done. We just need to make those one. Okay, seems great. Now here I can just return like the post entity that I'm just going to use and just call it also there. And here let's just import this. So what we want is to return like a post entity, right? So if I came there, let's say 1, 2, 3, username Fabrice, content name Flutter guys, and date.now, for example. Okay, perfect. So let's try to run this test. I mean, I'm getting an error. Okay. Okay, now the test pass, right? So we call our use case, we we get the result, the use case type just return us like the post entity, and we just make sure like there is at least like one element in the list. So for example, if I just run this, like the list is just kind of empty, and so he say I was expecting to have at least one element, but he like the value is not greater than 0, so there is no element at all. So um now, as you can see, I mean this is good, but if you want to follow like clean architecture principle, if you remember, the thing is we need to use our repository, because we can't just return those values there. That's not the purpose of the use case, right? So what we are just going to do is to come and create our repository. So let's just call it, for example, in yeah, we are just going to add uh, data, and inside data, let's call it like our post repository, for example. So let me just like same as we just did there, for this, we are just going to do the same for the like fetch post one. But before that, let me just come back there and okay. So for example, the post repository are just going to be like um, what we want post repository. Yeah, okay. So we want to have like the fetch post that we are just going to call, and this one should just return us like a list of post, right? So inside of just having like the post just hard coded like this, we should have the that we are just going to call like the post repository dot fetch post, for example, and I just put yes there, and for this I just inject it. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then just return the result. So if I come back to, yeah, as you can see, he's saying that we should pass like the post repository, and that is why we should just come there, create our repository, and our repository are just going to be like the mock as we have already did. So let's just create, for example, mock post repository. Where does I have this? Oh, okay, got it. Repository, and I don't know how to write. Repository. Okay, now this should like sound better. Okay, this is just an error. So yeah, let's just come there and create our class like mock post repository that are going to implement the post repository. And these, for example, are just going to return auth. Okay, perfect. Okay, and if I run this, great. So as you can see, I just inject the mock repository that just have kind of like fake data, and if I just pass it and call my use case, then it's just going to return me like the list of posts, right? So let's suppose, for example, that I want to test like some other case, like if I just have an error, then it should just throw me an exception. Because if I just write this test, for example, should return an error, let me just take like this. Okay. So should return an error. Compromise, for example. So what we want there, we are just going to directly execute and this actually should not just return us like this, but we should just catch like an exception, right? So let me just set up this. Okay, okay, looks fine. So let me also like delete this. I'm just going to create the mock with an error, for example. So mock, let me just come there, and inside our mock repository, I'm just going to create like, you know, another class, for example. Repository. this one should just implement the post repository, and we are just going to throw an error basically. Something broke. Yeah. I mean, I could have just kept this there, because I'm not using it like a lot. So okay. Okay, let's just inject this and try to run this. So he's saying that yes, so he just returned us an error if like the repository is compromised, you know. So yeah, I think this is good. I don't know if we are missing like other case to add, or what do you think? But yeah. Now let's work on our presentation layer. So what we are just going to do is to come to there, I mean, yeah, and let's just add like Bloc and screen, you know. So as we had already did for the Auth authentication part, we are just going to do the same. So if I just came there and create like my presentation layer, inside my presentation layer I should add Bloc. So what I'm just going to do is to add a test. So it should be called like feed Bloc test, for example. Okay, yeah, sounds great. So the feed Bloc test, what we want basically is to just make sure that we are fetching successfully like the user post, you know, not only his post but other posts that he just got in his feed. So let me just close this, and if you remember, we have something similar there. I mean, not similar, but yeah, we can just have our main, our group, and these just are just going to be like feed Bloc, you know, I mean, feed Bloc test. And then let's come to our Bloc test. What we want is to make sure we just got like feed loading, and what everything just is fetched. Then yeah, so for this part, what we want for the build, we are just going to have like feed Bloc. For the act, I'm going to take Bloc as parameter, and this is where we are just going to call like our request basically, but same as we just did there, and just call our event. So we are just going to have like fetch post requested, for example, call our event, and what we are expecting, feed loading, and let's say feed loaded. Yeah. So this is normal. There is nothing that we already created. So even if I want to add the feed block, it won't be available to import it right now. So let's move on to our block. We are just going to add like 3 main file. But I can make this feed, for example. So the feed state, the feed event, and the feed block. Right, I mean, this is what we need for now. So let's start with the state, because it is usually what we need. So the feed state, as usual, just use equatable Okay, now we are just going to have the feed initial the feed loading state when it is loading, and load. The only difference is the load one are just going, in that case, to return out like the post. And this, we should just add it just to, yeah. And in case we just have like an error, same again. Okay, nice. So now let's just add the events, because this is what we are just going to call in our block. And even if in our UI, so fetch post requested, extend the feed, and now I'm just going to went to the where is there, and just create our feed block. That need 2 things. The first one is the event, and the second one, you got it, is the state. So we are just going to need our use case, because this is what we are going to call basically. The block component, Okay, so this is the function that we are just going to create. Once we just call like the fetch post requested event, then it will just come and say, yeah, I have my event, and I can just write emit. But I mean, since the beginning, I'm just writing down emit. But if you want to, because you know, if you want to check and add a type, it is like the emitter, and the emitter should be just like the state of what you have. So for example, in just case, just have this, you know. And here what we want, as always, I mean, I'm trying to went like step by step so you can just basically understand every time we are just doing something. I can come to there and let me just add like a setup, because these are going to be like much easier for us. So here what we are just going to do is to initialize our like feed block. So I can just come up just there and say, hey, feed block, and our block should take fetch post use case, and this one should take post mock. I don't know how, like post, okay, yeah, post repository. This is how I call it, right? And yeah, should be like feed block. You should not call it like this. And let me just call the event, the state, yeah. How does I missed? I think that's all. Maybe. Oh yeah. Okay. So, I mean, even if I run this is not going to work, I think. Let me just went to the block. Yeah, we have our block there, because currently there is some error in our block. And the thing is, we need to come up there and say, for example, final post, and okay, yeah, I need to assign this, yeah. So if I run this, work, right? Perfect. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. The only thing, if you want, for example, to, you know, to call when we suppose that there is something that just failed, I don't know, like failure use case, for example, when the yeah, this one, for example, so we should have like failure, and these are not going to be the same, because look, error, okay, we are getting an error, and Yeah, he said that we are expecting to have failure, but what he sent us like is feed loaded, and this is normal. It is because here at any moment at all we are just calling like feed failure. So I should catch the error and then emit like the feed failure one. Oh, I think I have format error. Yeah, and I can just, and if I just restart this, okay, that's normal. I forgot to call like the error one or so. Okay, yeah, perfect. Works fine, seems to work. So I think now we just have the feed that is loading like pretty well, so we can work on the presentation layer, I mean the screen, for example, for the feed, right, in order just to show something. Yeah, now we are just going to come to our presentation and yeah, let's add feed page. I think I can close all of this, and yeah, so these are going to be like stateful widgets. So feed page, they just import like material, and yeah, very good. So let me try to initialize this, because let's say at the beginning of the, like at the initialization of the page, we are just going to need to call our block, and the first event should be to load those posts, right? So this line basically just going to call our event fetch post load, and then in our block, you know, he's going to say, oh yeah, you call me, then I should like execute this function, and this function basically are going to call like the use case. And yeah, so now in the body, what we want there, let me just add like a scaffold first, a sampled upper let's just call it feed for now, the body. If it's loading, then we should show like a loader. If there is an error, let's say for example the case where it's load, we are just going to come up to this one like letter. Let me just wrap this in block builder. Sorry, I thought I was okay. So our block builder are just going to have the block and the state just there. So now this is the case where it is loading, the case where it is already loaded, and let's add the case where the state. So in that case, we should just return like a message saying error. So here I'm just going to get like the post from the state, because if you remember, when like we just fetch it, we just passed it to the state when it's loaded. Yeah. So here now, what we are just going to build is to add like a list view builder, but there is like the case where it can be like empty. So if that is the case, then just show a simple message saying no post found. If not, so here we are just going index yeah, we can just show it like this for now. I just say text, let's say username, the content, and yeah, the dates. We should add to the core in order to just format like each date, but I mean, this should be okay. So now what we are just going to do in the main, where's the main function? Yeah, for example, here we're not going to have like just this home page for now. We can just remove it and use like the feed page. But the thing is, our feed page are just going to need us to just initialize this feed block. Okay, fetch post use case, the repository, and yeah, for the repository we need to repository for now, same as we just did there. If you remember, we just add the mock. So let's just copy some mock that we had there, post repository, best content, Yeah, I'm very narcissistic, right? I don't know how to write, to be honest. And I can say, for example, you guys are amazing. I like the video, for example. Yeah. So this is what so now we just need to call the mock post repository just there, and you should be like fine. Yeah, I think we should be okay. So if I come up there and just restart the app, let me just real quick. So yeah, in the init we are just going to have this, it means that he's going to fetch all the content, and just based on the state of this one, if it is like loading, loaded, yeah, let me just restart it. The loaded one was like pretty fast. If I want, I can basically also like add the delay, for example, future weights and wait, duration, yeah, future delay. I can just do this, for example. You will see like the loader one, because let's get that your API is taking too much long, so you can just emulate it. But let me just remove it. If not, we are just going to forget. But and as you can see now, we have our feed just there, and if I restart this, then yeah, seems to work pretty well. So it's much easier because we already had our block provider, multi-provider, so we should just call like feed block directly there and just call this. And if you remember, we already had our token, so this is why when he just came by default to the spread screen, he just checked if we are already login, and then he just redirect to our home page. Yeah, that's great. So now what we are just going to do, as you can see, we just have like a list still that with list view basically that we just use there. So what we want for the next is to create, for example, a card called post card. So let's just come there and create like a widget, and inside this widget we are just going to add postcard. Okay, so this should be like stateless widget until we need it for another purpose, but yeah. So let's just call post entity there. Post. So here what we are just going to do is to create first of all like a card, and yeah, let's add like this. For example, adding like a border radius. Yeah, just this one, circular. So these are just going to add a border, basically. And yeah, now what we are just going to add as children, the first part are going to be the row, and this row should be like kind of like the header, So it should contain like the username and the time, for example. But of course, those are things that we can just also like change later. But let's just make something. The reason is I want to make like this as component, so if we want to change it in the design layer, we just need to change like this component and not change, you know, the whole base code on our feed page. Yeah. Okay. Let's just copy this and so what we are just going to do is to use like time ago package as well. So it are going to help us, for example, for parsing our dates. But now let me just use like this one. In the core, there I can basically just use this. I can say okay. I just try to Flutter for apply it there. Okay. So let's use the same. Just right there. Okay. So let add just a space. There is some people who use like gap as package. You know, in my case, I don't really use it, but because I just try to avoid to use some package. You know, like it doesn't bother me to just write to use like size box sometimes. So I think you can just do same as me if you want, or use which package you want. So doesn't really matter. So let me just click on the image. Okay, let's suppose that we have like an image, and if this one is like different from you, and that image is not empty, you know. So what we can do there is to just show the image. So if I just scroll down size box, yeah. Adding border radius to our image. dot circular. Okay, let me just copy this. Okay, and now for the rest, I mean, these are going to be like very kind of optional, but let's just add them. Those are the metric. If you remember in our post on DDD, we got like, comment, repost, count, like. So what we can decide to do, for example, is to say, hey, let's create another widget, but this can be like inner widget that we are just going to use there. Favorite border. Okay, and we are just going to have like another params that go, and there we should just pass. Yeah, I think comment count, and yeah, repost one. So just 3 of them. Perfect. And then what we are just going to do is to create like, yeah, an inner one that we are just going to be like a row. And there, for example, this one should take like a params because we have icon and count as params. So the first one should be icon data. Let me just, yeah, copy these. And there, what I can just do is to show the count. And I just wrap all of these. Yeah, so this is our component, just called like post card. And this postcard, what we are just going to do now is to plug the postcard in our feed page, you know, to make sure the UI looks much cleaner. And yeah, that's all. So let's just move to our feed page, and there, you know, if you remember in this place, we were just getting like the post for our item builder. So what we can do is, even if like copy this, I mean, if you want, you can just replace it directly there, or you can come and say, hey, let me just make this and use both, and this should be a post with index. Yeah, so if I just restart this, yeah, so as a reminder, we create our widgets. I mean, I use Cupertino, I should have not, but and this is the reason, yeah, but whatever. So it look like this. I know it's not like very good, but we just want to extract the component itself. So later we can just work on it. Yeah, great. So now we are going to continue with our test. So now we are going to work on the create post. Basically what we are just going to do is to come up in our test in the domain layer, and there we just have like fetch post use case. So let's just add, for example, create post use case. So yeah, the create post use case. Basically what are we going to have there? So the create post use case are just going, for example, to make sure that we basically just create a post, right? So if I come up just there, let me also come to the feed, for example, and in the domain layer for the feed, I'm just going also to go into the use case and create post use case, like just there. Create post use case. Perfect. So for the first part, let's just create like a group. We should say like create post use case, for example. And this one should create a post successfully. What we want there, for example, is to fill all the form for the, let's say, the post entity that we just have there. And we say that if we can set all the primary, let me just close all the tabs. If we can set like all the primary fields, then we should be able to create a post. So I'm just going to pass like the user ID. Very important. The user are going to be managed directly from our backend, so with Supabase it can be handled directly. So let's add like the username, the content, and here what we are just going to do, or what we expected as result, for example, is to, for example, it should return us like it is true. For example, like if we create it, just checking that it doesn't throw, for example. So this use case that we are just going to call can be a void, for example. So I think I can even if use this, but let's check how does it work. So I will probably say final result create. I can call it like create post use case, For example, if I just took this, as we just have like our use case.call, these are going to be very similar. So create post use case.call. And here we should pass like all the parameter that we just have, for our post basically. So what I'm just going to do is to come up just there. Let's say I want, for example, to pass like the user ID. So I will say like the user ID, the username, the content, and the image here. Yeah. So this create post, so I can start by creating like create post use case just there, and this one should basically just have a call. If you remember, that's like very similar to this, but I just try to replace. Of course, we are just going to use the post repository as well because we just need it. But here, let's try to just use void, for example. And what we are just going to do there is just to wait for our post repository to create the post, so what we don't have currently. But yeah, let me just, if I want, I can as you can see, we need to set those parameters. So the string is required. Let me try to just run this, even if I know that it's going to throw me like okay. And he's saying that this expression have void type and can be used, for example, for example, let's just try to let's suppose that, for example, we are just going to return like a boolean, and I want just to have this is true. Then if I run the test, okay, this seems to work, right? But the thing is, here that we were saying we should definitely need to pass like the post repository, because this post repository we are just going to use like it to just return the real results about how we just create a post, for example, because here we should have the post and we can use like post entity just there. And definitely we are just going to the username, the content, for the date, so we can just let those value as the default, and there are going to be null, or if we want we can just do this, and it will just create like it will just initialize them with some default value. So for the image URL we can just pass the image URL just there. Okay, and here if I want to the repository, we are just going to have like a feature bool that return create post, because and this one are just going to require to pass the post, that post entity. So here we just create a post, then we just parse it, very simple. And now we need to pass to initialize our mock post repository and just pass it just there. So if I try to run this, definitely I'm going to have like an error. Yeah, he said that no abstract class, so you are missing now the post for both of our mock, so we should just add them. And let's suppose that we just have this, it should just basically just return us like true, for example, in case we want to create like a post. So yeah, okay, because it's not async as function. And yeah, so if I came there then and I just try to run this, okay, so the post seems to work fine, and now we can create like our post basically without any edge of. So let me just come there. If I want, as we just do this way, we can just copy this, and we are just going to use our mock directly there. So I think I can even remove this, so it helps us to create this. And let's suppose that we want, for example, to return an error, because if you check like the post on DD just there, let me just show you. For example, let's suppose that we want to have an error if the username or contents are empty, like our users can't even if create like a post if there is no username or like username or content that is provide, because those one are mandatory. So let's test this case. Return an error if username or content are empty, for example. So what we can do is just remove this and this, and yeah, so we are just going to directly test to see if we have like an exception. So this should throw first of all. Okay. So the thing is, if I just run this, it's not working. So he say we expect it, but actually we just get so he just returned us true. So this is not working. If we come up there, let me just show you in the create. Okay, yes, in the create there we are creating a post, right? But we should check if the user or content is always available or always not empty, at least for creating a post. I can do it there, but I think it would be good if we just setting up directly on the post on DDD and make sure, for example, if username, let's always trim it, is empty, then we throw an error, like definitely, and we just say username cannot be empty, for example, and same there for the content, and we say like post content cannot be empty. So if we just restart this, he will probably say let me check. So username, okay, okay. So he's saying throw closure tip my show function is okay. Sorry, it's just me who missed this. So let me just restart. No need to add like a break. Okay, now it worked. So we are checking, for example, if username or content, if there one of them is empty, then we should just return an error, and this is doing it directly because we are throwing this directly or stopping it from the post already. So if we want, we can also check, for example, in case we have like the repository that just have a problem. So let's just come there and we can use like this and say should return an error if there is like a problem with the repository, but you can say if there is an error with the repo. So let's just fill it like if it was just Flutter content, and just come up there. We are just going to use mock with error, and if I just run this, yeah, it worked directly. So yeah, the error is directly catched, so we don't need to do like almost like anything. Yeah, I think now we are good with this part. So what we are just going to do as well is to move to our block part and try also to add like the create one. Yeah. Now we are going to work on the UI and improve our feedback UI, in order for just him to just, to be like very similar to like Twitter or X UI. But sorry, my microphone was kind of, disconnect when I was recording the last part, but I will try to add a subtitle. Sorry again for that one, guys. But yeah, definitely, let's just continue. Adding for the app bar, what I'm just going to do here is to hard code it, but later we are just going to move this kind of theme in one simple file, for him to just look like better. So if, for example, I just apply background color, we will just have this. Let me also apply the background color. Okay. So we are going to add a padding, but you just going to understand why. Let's suppose here is the place where we want, for example, to add, I don't know, user images, so like user image profile, for example. Okay, let me see what happened there. Okay, that's normal. Okay, as you can see, we just have our circular avatar just here. So we can decide, for example, to center the title everywhere. By default, adding, this one was null, but for the title, let's just replace this by icon. So we are just going to add, like, you can use Flutter dash, for example, as icon and set color to blue if you want. Like, I think this one is also like funny though, but if you want to use you are going to find like this image on the source code if you download it from our platform. But let me, for example, try to use image.asset. If you want this to be available for you, and use, okay, let's say this, for example, you should come to pubspec, enable assets and asset image like this. So you will have like every image or asset you put letter in like image are going to be available just by calling like image.asset. So if I restart, you can see this, right? So this is kind of good. For the action, we can decide, for example, to put an icon there. I mean, this is just for UI. I'm trying to make something that looks not too bad, but okay, yeah. So this one looks fine for me. I don't know for you, but if I just come to the floating action button just there, yeah, I think we can even like set background and just a blue. This is not like the Twitter blue, but let's just use this blue by default for now. And yeah, I want this one to look like this. Yeah. Now the next step are going to work on I will say like the post card. So our post card, we are just going to refactor it just a little bit because it is like also, I can say, important, right? So let's move on. So for the postcards, let me just find it. Yeah, just there. So on the top we had this. So we show like the username, the date. There is almost like no problem with that, but let's just remove the card because this is not something that we just need, to be honest. Let me just wrap this in a padding. So okay, looks great. Now we are just going to come, because we just removed the card, there's no like background and other stuff, but never mind. So for the top there, what we are just going to do, like for the top row, we are just going to show the avatar dot username, and as we already have it like the timestamp, so for the avatar, let's just use this. And again, I'm just emulating it with some, default component. So for example, if I do this, we can see the avatar basically just there, So now what I'm just going to do is to come up there, add a space, I'm just going to create a column, wrap this column inside expand, and inside the row also. So yeah, just like that. Let me just, for example, we have like the username just there. Let me also just try to use spacer. So this we just create like a big space, as we can see there. We can also add a color. If not, we are not going to see like almost anything. Let me, for the text I can, yeah, going to use the same one just there. So it looks great. And after the row, I will just copy this and just show either, I mean, I can extrapolate and make something like this, but for now I just keep it very simple. And okay, yeah, I think this should be good. So we have the avatar just there, we have the row that wrap the username, and yeah, username, the date. I think the date is quite good. And the content, yeah, why not? I was thinking maybe, let me try to see. I don't know if, for example, for the content, we should just let it there, or we should just let me know. What do you think? Maybe I should check like on X later. Okay, so for the image one, let me just, yeah. Okay, currently we don't have an image, so we can just keep this. But at least we should let more space. And for the row, just there, what we should do, let me want there. And for this one, I think we are pretty good, right? At least we can just come up and just add a color. Yeah, this should be better. So let's just move on. And if you just want, we can also add something like this, but I don't know if we are just going to add this letter. Yeah, look great, right? So for example, if I add a new one, if we just had our Supabase connected, then we just add it and we will see like a lot of posts just there. So I think this looks not too bad. Let me just move there for the post content, and if I just made this, yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's also add, yeah, so it just display just right there. Yeah, so looks great. So what we are just going to do is, for example, when you click on plus and you want to add a post, it just show like that. I mean, you can just keep this, and or maybe just add a text field directly on the top of your app as on Twitter actually, so it just depends. But if we want to make it like more friendly, what we can do, because on Twitter, if you remember, if you click on this, it are going to show you like new page where it is kind of modal coming from the bottom and extending to the top. So let's try to create like another function, and basically let me just close this, and we are just going to call it like show create post modal, for example, and as always pass just a context. Yeah, okay, and here text editing controller contain controller, like we just have there, so let's just copy this, and here show modal bottom sheet. Yeah, I want it like to come from the bottom, so let's just make it like scroll through, set the background to black. Again, in the real production app, you should like create like or set a configuration for a theme, like these are going to be like more and such easier for you. So yeah, rounded rectangle border radius. I don't know why he's not getting it. Okay, it should have this as parameter, and we should pass like why this is happening, like I don't know. Okay, let me just write the context, but I'm not sure that if just return or for example text. Yeah, so what is the error? You say value and define border radius try. Okay, I mean they should just come from like yeah, actually I don't know. Okay, so it was just okay, then yeah, let's continue. So border radius vertical, and here what we are just going to do, if I just replace this and try to use like the model and just restart, if I click on it, for example, I can't show because but if I add like star color red, we just have like the text very just there. But yeah, let's just remove this and continue. So what we are just going to do is to use like the block consumer as like same as we just did previously. Let me just bring back this. I will just copy like the block consumer itself. Okay, let's just reduce this, and yeah, here I can just remove this. So for the block consumer, we just keep like the listener, so nothing changed here. Like if the user create a post, then we show like it's good. If there is like some error, we just try to basically like just display the yeah, so okay, perfect. So we just try to display like the message. And for the builder, here is where we are just going to redesign a little bit our component. So let me just wipe all of these. Okay, I just want, okay, perfect. So yeah, we can set a constant. I mean, the reason why sometimes I just use const is because it will just avoid to just rebuild all the part of the component, like it is not changed, so we just let Dart know that yeah, this one should not change. But yeah, then here we are just using the form, so we need just to pass the key that we just created like before, like this one, if you remember. yeah, just there. And yeah, for the children, perfect. So here what I'm just going to do is to use, like, you know, those circular avatar honestly should be like the user picture profile, yeah. But for now we can just mock them. And here we are just going to add, let me just move this. Yeah, we are just going to add the text from field like we just had before. Set the controller, the content controller we just defined previously. Okay, put border. Okay, and for the validator, like these are going to be like same as previously, you know. The value can't be null or can't be like empty. If not, we don't need like to submit it. And yeah, so now what we are just going to do is to add the, let me just try to run this so we can just make sure, for example, our, I mean, yeah, to restart this, like it just shows up. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, looks great. Now we need also to add like a button where the user are just going to, so we are just going to add like elevated like button, basically, where the user are just going to, you know, click in order to post. So let me see if I don't need like break pointer. I think I can just basically copy this, come up there, and yeah, let me see if I just need to. So the state loading, we just have this logic, and if yes, then there we just pass, you know, some kind of like dump data for, and then okay, this is like the on press one. Okay, so, and for the child we just, you know, show the loader if there is like nothing. Now let's just add some style because we also need to, but Okay. Just okay. Yeah, I think this should be good. So if I just click there, then we have like our model, you know, for example, that extend like a lot. Yeah, yeah, I think we are good. We can just remove the previous existing code. If I wanted, for example, to say, let me see. Okay. And there he will say like we just like it is kind of required. Yeah. Yes, you know, if I just, yeah, then it will take like the whole page, but I don't like this style. Even if on, you know, on Twitter, it looks like something like this. When you click on it, then it takes like on the page. I think we should use media query off, something like this. I think it is like size now. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, then yeah, the half of the page. That's fine. So if you click there, then you know you can just write your today. I was like learning, for example, with so and you just post the letter. Yeah, fine. So next step now, let's work on the register and the login page. So let's just make like them dark, and finally we are just going to move to Supabase, try to connect like all of these. Yeah. So now we are just going to work on the login page, but how do you access the login page? You need to add this in your splash page, you know, check section. If not, you can't, like, because we don't have like the logout button where you click and we are just going to be logged out. So, yeah, this one is cool. Now let's work on the login page because we wanted, you know, to make it more better. So for the login function, there is no problem. We are, even if for the block listener, there no problem actually, because if we just had an error throw by the user entity or the login entity, whatever, like I forgot how we just call it, but whatever, if you just had an error, then it will say like it is bad. So let's just remove this app bar because we don't want like this again, but we are just going to work on the whole page. But first of all, let's come up there and start work on the widget that we are just going to need. And this widget, I'm just going to call it like build text field. I'm pretty sure that I'm just going to use it also for the register, so I will just export it later. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the obscure text will help us, to hide, for example, the text for the input one, and by default it should be like just the text one. So function string validator, and then text form field. So these are going to be our kind of like custom text form field that we want. The most important there is to have like the controller, like for each field that we are just going to have, we should make sure like there is like a controller. The border, the keyboard type, sorry, are just going to be, for example, if we want to pass, for example, or only the email keyboard, we should specify them for the email field, for example. So yeah, more flexible, let's say. Decoration, input decoration, and inside input decoration, we just have our label style, text color gray, and for the border you can, let's just try to add like a border radius, and this should be like fine. So border side first gray, and then the border radius. I don't know why every time I just miswrite this. Okay, perfect. That is the problem. Yeah, and let's just copy this and say if the user are focused on this should just be blue. That's the only difference. Okay, else we just have our let's say let me just, yeah, we are just going to center like everything, and let's just build our new UI there. So we can start by, we can use like padding, whatever, but there, then we are just going to have our logo that we want to import. If you remember, we already did it on our feedback, like feed page. Yeah, what I was going to say. Yeah, and if you sit there and still watching this, it means that you really want to learn, or at least you want to see how to build those kind of stuff. But for example, for anything that I'm doing there, I don't have like a centralized, style file, but I think it's like better, or even if you are building like production app, to just have one and not write like background color black like every time. For that, you can decide, for example, to watch other video that we have already made about that. So now let's use our custom input that we just built. So for this one, this should be like email controller, definitely pass like the keyboard one, email address, validator. Then actually we don't need to pass the validator, because if we were wrapping like this all in the form, that should be good. And actually you can delete, but the thing is, with like user entity for the how I can say user entity for the username, for the register and the login params that we just use, those are handled directly, and with like the block listener we just show up like those error. So depending on how you just want to manage it. So Okay. Obscure, yeah. Those should be fine, I think. And here, let's just, okay. Now we just have our inputs, our logo there, and what are we looking for? Maybe we are just looking for the text, you know, like the new button style that we want to click on. So yeah, I want it like to take the whole space because we already have like a padding on the bottom, on the top, sorry. So here we can do something is like if it is loading, then the user don't need to click on it, and if like it is loading again, we should just show up this, like, you know, this thing, because previously we were just showing up like just a loader directly through the whole page, but I don't think like that is good in terms of like UI and design system as well. So okay, for example, let's just keep like this new, and just use this, you know, if there is something. And if not, we can just come up there, copy this. This is our bottom text, and say, yeah, I want you also, you know, to have white color, and that should be like great. The only thing that we just need to kind of custom is this, like if you don't have like anything, so let's just copy this and try just to wrap it in a new thing, like just JSON detector. It'd be like much easier. Okay, and on top we can just copy this one. Yeah, I know you are just going to say, why you just don't want to add it on the text button. I don't know, I don't want, sorry, I don't want. Then for the decoration, underline one, and this should be like on top because currently we are on JSON detector. And yeah, I think we are good, right? Though you were pretty fast. Let me just run this, and if it's like looks like bad, that will be your fault, guys, not mine. Just joking. Okay, okay, we were missing something. Let's just add the bag. Yeah, you know, that's why I say that you need to have like a theme file, like configuring and setup. Follow our other tutorial, you will definitely see it. So on our elevating button, yeah, we haven't had a style yet, right? So let's just, I can say, make it shine. So what we are just going to do is to apply like the, you know, this elevator button, we should have like elevated, I think it just got like elevated button still firm. Let me just copy. Yeah, perfect. So inside this one, we are just going to have a, yeah, use blur. This is not again the Twitter blur, but you can just replace those one letter. Okay. And yeah, we just need to add a border radius circular, and should be fine now. Perfect. I mean, that is good, right? I mean, that's much better than what we just had before. And what is move child? What he say? Move child at the end of the argument. Oh, okay. It's just here. I think this is fine. I don't know for you guys what do you think about this, but for example, yeah, you know, the password are going to be hide, and if I click on the login, then I will just get like this snack bar, because this is the error that we are getting from you know, from there. Yeah, you say email invalid. So yeah, that is great, and I just like this. I don't know what you think. If I try to just open our feed and presentation layer, we get postcard. That's true that in our podcast we just have this, but yeah, let's just call this like text field. Does this are going to work? Let me just okay. Yeah, it should be fine now though. And what is I just want to import. Okay, yeah. And if I just restart login, okay, yeah, work fine. So we will just basically use like the same one for our register page, because we have our page that looks great, but if I click there, then the register one isn't like, you know, too beautiful. So let's continue. Okay, let's continue with the register page. So I think these are just going to be like pretty similar. What are going to do? First of all, the scaffold, replace this one. Yeah, so for the like the block builder, I think we should, yeah, we don't have the listener at least there. I don't know why. Maybe that's weird. I think I should have one, but yeah, let's just start center. Yeah. Okay. Then I'm going to just copy this first, because this is like the image. Then for the email controller, I will copy this, those one, try just to import them, and use a good one, username, password, and there I should use like username controller, because this is like username. So by default it is first. I can keep this, I guess. Okay. And yeah, these are just going to be like the button itself. But for the button, there is something that we should change. Yeah, register loading, because we are not in the login there, and this is on register pressed. and it should say like register, for example. I mean, if this one, technically I could have like just moved it to, you know, new widget and just call the custom button. Should be like much easier and just pass those parameters. But yeah, you just got how to do it. So yeah, feel free to refactor what I'm just missing. And then we are just going to have this, and this should be like the text, you know, for example, already have your accounts should be there, and this should just redirect to the login page. And this is failure success. Yeah, this is because they just have, okay, I see. I see what I was missing, the block listener there. Let me just try to wrap it anyway, because yeah, I wanted to have it in the widget. So what I'm just going to do is to have like register block and register state. So if I just have like register block and the register state, I could basically just copy this listener, register success, and the register failure. Yeah, and should just show the message. And if it is, you know, because currently I try to have it there, show the state message, and if it's successfully, just say like it is successfully. But that's not what we should have, because if it is successfully, then, you know, as we just have for the, we should just redirect user to the home page directly. That should make more sense. And let me just, yeah, reduce those one, and I'm just going to, so restart the app. Okay, yeah, it is because I'm on the login page. Wait, and register one. Then there I got the email, for example, test@gmail.com. If I just pass there the username, you can write whatever you want. And if I click on register, you say password must be at least 4 character long. It means that the block listener work. I mean, you can combine both, like block listener and block builder, if you want to use like block consumer, for example. We just avoid you to have this, but whatever. And yeah, I think that's all. Maybe I don't know if white. Let me just try this. Yeah, maybe make more sense. I don't know. We can just remove the color. I don't like it. But yeah, and for example, if I click on the register, then, you know, it just was quite fast, but just redirect us to this. And as I was saying, there we just have this, but we should just remove it after. And yeah, I think that's pretty much with what we just get from the, what it is. Let me just see the feed page, the date, okay, and we just have like a list card there, right? Postcard, date, because if I just, okay, date. And yeah, I don't like just the font, because I don't think that it should be like bold. And even if the text, I should have keep like something like this, or maybe just this if I'm happy. But yeah, okay, yeah, I think now we are good for the auth and the login. So now the next step, let's now work on the Supabase, try to, you know, make this final connection and just try to plug it with our different repository, and it should be like fine now. Yeah, so now we are just going to work on the Supabase. But first of all, let me just show you the interface for those who haven't watched it. This is like kind of like a test project that I created before, but for our, we are just going to make like new project and create like a new one. So during all the process, I'm just going to show you like even if like the private key and other things that should be like private, but it is because later I'm just going to delete like all of them. Also, it won't be like useful again. So here is like the interface, quite like intuitive, so we just have like the theme, the project. I create like fake email, like a random one, just to this. And if, for example, the authentication part are going to be the place where we are just going to store like user information, and you are just going to understand why, because Supabase provides different providers like such as email, double authentication, Auth with Google, Facebook. Even if I don't know if they just use Apple, but they should be like so they have different things. We are not going to use like this like multi-factor one, but if you want to enable it like later for your user, definitely you can. So they also like suggest like to use like SMS if needed for your apps. So but you need just to upgrade to the pro. And here like you just have like email that you can just just configure and set up if you want like double authentication and different kind of option. But in our case, what we are just going to need, for example, is this page, like where we are just going to see our old user, verified user, in that case unverified, based on like how you are managing it. And if you want to add user, you can send invitation or create like new user, whatever. So this is like the authentication page. You also have like a storage if you want to save like different file, I don't know, such as image into different buckets, files, whatever you can. They also have like real time. I think this should be like interesting. For example, if you are building like chat app or whatever, just required like to have like kind of real data. Pretty similar to Firebase, and the database is the place where you will just, for example, this is like very similar to what we will just have. So the IT username contain like whatever, because the database, for example, if I click on tab editor, I can see that there I create like a new table. So if you want to create like new table, you should fill some form, but all of this we are just going to do it like together. But first I want to show you how it looks, and then now we are just going to create our own one. So if I come up there, let me okay, yeah, I can decide to create like new project. I can say Twitter clone, for example. And for okay, so you can select the version that you want, and this will just create like for us like we have like two projects, and this is like the Twitter clone. So we can basically just create what we want. So we just have our tab editor there, we have our database, our authentication part again, and different thing. Yeah. So first, before just try, for example, to say we want to create our own table, our user table, and post whatever, let's just come up to our project. Now what I'm just going to do is to create like the Supabase repository that are going to implement like the post repository, and same for the authentication part. So we are just going to write the code itself and then try just to make the connection and see like if everything works. Yeah. So let's start with the authentication part. So for example, if you remember in our data source, let me just close all the table. So in the authentication part, we just have our data source. I mean, this is just for secure storage, and this is the mock that we just had. So what we are just going to do now is just to come there and create Supabase Auth repository. So let me just extend this because we are just going to need it. And as you can see, if I create my Supabase Auth repository, this one should implement like the Auth repository that we just have there. So if I just make this, he will say that you need to have two functions. So those are the functions: the login and the register. So what we are just going to need, first of all, if we try to work on the login, so the login should return us like a token, and same for the register, to be honest. So yeah, let's just write this. So the thing is, I can write like this and say Supabase, initialize it, but we are just going to need a Supabase client because this is what we are using there. And if tomorrow, for example, you want to replace it like by, I don't know, Supabase client. And if you want to change like your client letter, I mean, you can. So what I'm just going to do there, yeah, we are just going to inject it. So for each repository that are just going to need our Supabase client, we should just pass it definitely from our main. So if tomorrow we want to use like HTTP client, then we will just change it, and so on. So there we are just going to have, okay, and yes, so Supabase offer like different kind of sign-in methods. So we have sign anonymously, sign with ID token, with Auth, with OTP, with password, with so the thing that we just need there is password in our case, because we are just going to need like the email and the password. So we should pass like the email, and the email are going to be, and same for the password. Wait, I should add this try cat there, if not this one are going to scream. Okay, so once we get our response, we are just going to get the session, and if the session is null or empty, then we can throw an exception. Let's say invalid session, and if not, we can return the access token, because this is the token that we need. And yeah, basically, and in case we just have an error, we can say login failed for something or for some reason. But there is also an error can be returned by Supabase, and this one should be So with this, our login, we are just going to sign in, passing like parameter. If you are using like phone or whatever, we would, but in our case, just email password, that's all. And for the register, we are just going to use the same. So let's just add like try catch. Okay. And in our try final response, we need to make async function, our client, auth, and this time we are not going to use sign in but sign up. And for the sign up, you can pass, it is like very similar. You have like email, but what we don't need there is still email. So we don't need to, so user.passwords. But if you remember, the thing is we need also to pass like the username. If not the user, we won't be able. So there is this parameter called data, and you can pass other information if you want for the user. So we just have this. Wait, I'm not writing in the code. Okay. So we can just copy this valid session and return the session access token if again everything is good, and yeah, fine. And then register failed. So these are going to be our Supabase auth, and that's fine. Next, we don't need like to change it like in the presentation layer or the domain layer, because everything just get injected in our main. If you remember, like just there, we just have our mock auth repository that we just inject. So there is the place where we are just going to change it, but let's just do it later. Now let's move on to the feed, because for the feed as well, I want us, to come up there. If you remember, we should have in the feed Supabase post repository, but this one should be like this. I don't know why I was wrong. Oh, okay, yeah, it was because of the test. Okay, so this one also, the class Supabase post repository are just going to implement the post repository, same as we just had for our mock. And this one should, just have create and fetch post. For the fetch, we are just going to try to fetch, because there, we just return kind of dumb data, but actually in Supabase case, again, always try catch. If there is like an error, fetch post. And then here we are just going to need our client. So let me just come up there, the same client that we are just going to inject. If there is something that happened tomorrow and we want to change our provider from like our clients, we can. So perfect. So there we are just going to fetch our data from our post, and the posts are going to be like the name of our table, but we haven't created yet, and just return the most recent one, that we are just going to have. And once we just got our response, we can map our response and just so if I come up there, yeah, that's also like a good point, because we don't have like a factory to, I can say, to make the conversion. At least I can decide to create like a model here that are just going to use the post entity, and we should have like a from JSON, for example. But let us come up there, and what we are just going to do, for example, let's say for this realization layer, no one just write this when he's coding, but whatever. Yeah, we should have post entity from JSON. Okay, and this one should return us like every field once we just get it from, it is just parsing. I know that you know how it's work. So actually you should just create like this in the model, but for I just set it just there. Okay. Okay, the image, the like, comments, and should just okay. Yeah, I think everything should be like good. Yeah, we can, let's just add, in case we want to submit something later, to JSON as well. Username, image like command and okay. So let's just come up there. This will make us, to just convert each JSON into a post, a specific post, before try to return list as a list of post entity, So yeah, actually this should have been like post the from JSON that converted like to post entity, but whatever. I think yeah, that it is. For example, if you want so for example, we can have like this. It will help us if you want, for example, to customize and show image or not. There. What am I doing? Sorry, I thought that I was there. So yeah, it's not empty. That's all. So let's move on to our repository. Then now we are just going to work on the create. For the create one, as you can see, we just have like the post entity that is being like returned. Let's try catch in case we just have something. Okay, so in this case, like quite very simple, we are just going to convert to JSON, like the JSON that we just add there. So with all those information, we can just create. And the reason that I just write the IDs like this is because we can just tell Supabase to auto generate our ID, So yeah, convert just the model to JSON basically. And this is what we are just going to do. And then yeah, just say client from post insert our data. And so if everything happened well, you can just return true if needed. Let me see. I can say tail name. Okay, just use the same there. Okay, or even if just place it just there. Okay, yeah, sounds great for me. I think we are just going to make some updates on our main just there. If I come up there, first of all, if you check the doc, they just going to tell you just to enable your brand. So ensure initialize, and there before just run, we are just going to initialize our Supabase. So I think Supabase that initialize, this takes like 2 params. The first one are just going to be like the URL, and for the second to be like anon key. Now for the next step, we are just going to move to our Supabase and try just to get those key. But as you can see now, like our app, we aren't going to need like the mock again. So let's just initialize our Supabase client. I mean, we don't need to have like Supabase. We can use like the same instance, and this instance we are just going to pass it to Supabase Auth repository there. Yeah, definitely. And same Supabase post repository there. And if you were just using Getty, you should just get it. But the reason I wanted to make it like this, you should understand what we are doing, you know, so it will be like much easier. So yeah, let's move on to Supabase. Okay, now we are here. Let's click on Twitter clone, like whatever you want to call it, and move to project setting, just there, you know. Once we click on the project setting, let's click on data API. In data API, we are just going to find like some URL, and I think this is like this one that we should use there, you know. And once we just get back, we are missing the unknown key. So for the unknown one, let's move to API keys, and here you can see unknown public, but this is not the one that we are just going to use. Let's copy this and let's just click on this, and yeah, this is our URL and our unknown key. Perfect. Now let's move on to our table editor, because you know this is the place where we are just going to create like a new table. So what I can do basically is try to create a new table. Okay, perfect. And for this I'm just going to, you know, name it as I want. So for the table, depending on your project, but in our case there we should just call it like post, for example. Description, enable rollover security. This one in our case we are just going to disable it, because we don't want user, you know, to have to get like the OTP code or whatever. But for the production one, you should just enable it. As you can see, any personal information will be publicly accessible, and you know, anyone will be able to modify. So this is the props, the cons, sorry. So now for the how can I say that, the table itself, what we are just going to do, there, as you can see, we just have our ID. I think I can use like your ID and get the random one. So you can keep this by default, should be like the premier one. There we should use like user ID. The user ID universal key one, and can be null, for example. So at least we can decide, for example, to, if you want to custom, to click there and say is nullable or not, you know. So depending on, yeah, for example, you know, if you want is unique, so you got like different parameter. So each time you want, just click on add column. So in our case, for example, if you want this not string but text, yeah, because we are DB there. By default, you can set like a text if you want. For the content, text as well, like for each post. So yeah, let's add one for created. These are going to be like dates or maybe time stamp if you want. So what we can do is, based on that, use that now add time zone, or just the user, let's use the user one. So yeah, the likes count, and yeah, should be good. The comments account, same. And the last one, just there should be like image URL, and this one should be like text. So for the image, if you want, for example, to add something by like default, you can decide, for example, to add an image by default. So depending on, I can say what you want. So if you have image you want to put by default, you can do it there. But am I going to recommend it like this for you? I don't know. Yeah. But if we want, for example, we can add like one for users. So yeah, let's just keep it like this for now and not use like, you know, any images. So let's save this. Okay, perfect. Now we can add, as you can see, there is like almost nothing there, and even if I come to authentication, there is nothing. So I'm just going to close and to restart like my whole app. Yeah. So let's just restart our app. So again, as you can see there, we can just, you know, call our out like logout if you want. So this will log out our previous like mock. And there, let me just reduce this because we don't need like this anymore for now. Now for the login, we don't have like anything. So if we try to log here, we say like go and register yourself. So for the email, we can put something like this, test1. The username, we can say Fabrice or Fabrice Fabio. And for the password, we can just put 1 2 3 4 5 6. Why not? And click on register. And he say the email address is invalid. Okay. Let me just make sure like there is can say advanced policy, just there, nothing that should so for the email, you know, okay, yeah, and for the email as a provider, you can see like others are just disabled, but for the email, you say enable email provider. This enable email pay sign up login confirm email we don't need, so we should like disable this. And secure email will be required to confirm any email. We can just, you know, hide all of these and just make save. Okay, let's now come up there and try to register. Perfect, he just registered. So now, I mean, at least we should have shown like some information to say like do something. But here it is empty because we don't have like anything. So if I want and I just restart this, we just log out me. So let me just comment it again, and I can use my email. I don't know if you remember the password, but let's just suppose that I just want this, for example, and I wrote like this and want to log in. He will say that invalid login credential, and that's normal. Yeah. Okay. There is something that I wanted to check. Okay, yeah, it's because I still have this. Okay. So yeah, as you can see now, if I log in, you know, the loader is just, let me just make sure for, yeah, same for this as well. So yeah, so if I log in, you say invalid login credential. That's normal. And if I use the good one and log in, then I'm logged. And let's suppose that I want to create like a post and say, hey, for example, hey, this is my first post on X, for example. And I say post failed instance of data time. Okay, so it means in our post entity, let me just, okay, fail to create correct thing. Okay, created. Let me just make sure that I'm using the good one. Am I using like the good one to create so okay, let's just make sure we are not using like anything bad. I want to see converting okay, so should be maybe in the post entity that we just have there. So actually I'm using like date time. So for the date, I think this good. Let me just check. Here, edit. Yeah, I'm not seeing what's wrong there. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. You know, it is because there, when we want to pass it, as you can see, it is like timestamp that we are like waiting for. So we should convert this to this. So if I just made this and say, hey, this, okay, this is my first post on X. Let's see if now it's work or not. Okay, could not find repost count colon. Okay, now I think this might be, yeah, it is because we maybe missed the repost one. So should be good now. Let me just save this. Yeah, you know, our project is well structured, so we just get like the error. Yeah, that's good. At least it helped us to just yeah, again, hey, this is my first, I'm just going to write like last post on X. Can you work, please? Okay, put your invalid input syntax for type. Okay, let me now check all the column because this is getting weird. So the ID is good, the user ID as well. The username should be like text, the content should be like text, the created timestamp I'm using the right now, I guess. The like count, the comment count. Okay, the image here should be like text. It can be new, and yeah, for me those should be like good. I don't know. Let's save and just restart from scratch. What is there? Oh, maybe it's coming from this. Let me just show you. You know, that is funny though. In authentication part, here is like the user actually ID, right? But in our feed page, when we want to like make a post, like send the post, if you remember, we just hard code it there. Let me just show you. Where's this? Okay, at some place, yeah, this, but this should be like actually the user, you know, same as we just have the, where does I put this? Okay, yeah, user, get user session. Okay, so same as we just have this, we should have like the user ID that is used, you know, like for example, here we are setting like the token, but let's suppose we want to add like get user ID. User ID. Yeah, if I just have this, user ID. Okay, yeah, so there's no problem there. So where it is, so there, Okay, so yeah, these are going to be the place where we should pass, for example, the user ID. So if I come up to, let me just make this so you can understand why. So if I just restart this and say, hey, okay, the post is there, and I post, then it work. But we just have this, that's why. Yeah, okay, so Fabrice post, and it just show up and say, hey, this is my first. At the end, if I say, hey, this is my second one, and I like using X, for example, and I post directly, we will just see the post. And yeah, this is cool though, right? So what I was working on is to try there, don't care about that. There, let me just get there we are just returning like the access token, but definitely we are just going to return the user ID as well. So this is our next step, right? So yeah, let's just do this. Okay, as you can see, let me just open like session. Look, I just keep like the token for now, just remove the user ID things, and same for the user session. So what I'm thinking currently is our login use case just return a string, right? This is just an idea. I'm not so I think maybe what we should do is create like kind of user session entity that are not going to be kind of like the input. This one is kind of the input one from our user, but once we just log in our repository, currently we are returning only the login. I mean, this is because this is like a mock, but as you can see, we just return the access token, but we should return much more information such as the email, the username, I don't know, maybe, and the ID that is kind of mandatory, So if I come back to, currently we just have this, and what we are expecting is the token, but I think we should create, like I was saying, the user session entity, and this one, for example, should be, let me just create, for example, user session entity. Yeah, so this user session entity basically should just have session final string idea, email, and token. Yeah, that we should have mainly. If you want, we can add like order feed letter, and this we could add like, I don't know, the to JSON and from JSON. That's not the point. The thing is, once we have this and we come back just there in our current login use case, we were waiting for the result to be like a token, but actually, because this is our use case actual, right? And this use case should in his like expect, there for the result. I think we should check the type and make sure, for example, he just return us like I don't know, user session idea. So let's make this return, for example, user session entity, like just like this, and should return should return or let's suppose we have like test1 gmail.com. So yeah, and this should return, I don't know, token, for example. So inside of returning like string, as we just had previously, I think now we should return this. And yeah, of course, it should be like this. So whatever. And in our use, like there in our because currently we just have it there, and our repository are just going to return this. But definitely, what we are expecting there is to have user session on DD. So if I run like this test, I mean, these are going to fail for more reason that error value can be returned. Yes, first of all, there, because we are not returning, and this should be like not the token, but it is like the user that we are returning. And for example, there, if I just rerun this, okay, it seems to work, right? Because now we are getting this. Yeah, let's suppose that it just return us like the email. There is something also I wanted to check, but I don't know if okay, we see how to handle this. So here we are getting like user session entity, and I think we can also check, for example, if the email just returned by this should be like the same email. So if I just restart this, okay, fine, and at least we should also check, for example, if the token, because currently now it should just return us the token, should be like this token that we just had previously. For example, if I put like a wrong token, should say no, I guess. Yeah, okay, perfect. And if I just run this, should say yes. Okay, cool. This one is like the failing cases, so that's normal. If it's not working and it's return to exception, that's not a problem. So for the use case, now that we have this, it means our login are returning like user session entity. No problem with that. The repository itself, so let me just come up there, our login. Okay, so our repository just return us this. If I come up to the Supabase, now we should have an error. Yeah, because he say the login, let me just, okay, but the error is because the login should return now like this. Should return a user only. So the user, final user should be like user, no, user session only with this, and this should be like session user ID, session user email, yeah, and session token, access token, and this should be like the return result, I guess. Okay, let's try to make the same, for example, for the register test, because we are just going to have the same issue. I'm thinking. Okay, so let's come up there, and for the register, let's say we should, yeah, that makes sense. Now what it is saying, okay, yeah, that's normal, because in the Auth we are still saying that you should return string, but that's not the case anymore. And yeah, for this, so what we want, if I come up there and try to run this won't pass, definitely. Okay, you say user entity can be, because the register use case. Let me just close and make this more. Here, for example, the thing is, we want login use case test. Yeah, the thing is, we almost want the same for this, because we want to make sure the return type is user session entity, and the result. Okay, the result for the register still, so we need just replaced. Okay, so user entity is like the input, and the output are user session entity that we should return there. We should check out the exception. Okay, so if I come up there and try to want to mock, okay, let me just run this to see if I just have an error. Okay, looks great, but now, okay, now we are just going to have an error there, because as we can see, he will say that first of all there, also we should return like the user. So this is kind of mandatory, because yeah, okay, user session, let's just call it like user session, if not, won't make like any sense at all. So because we are not returning all the user, but it is like the user session that we are just, trying to return. So for now, for the user persistent token. Let's move it just there and try just to open this. The thing is, we are passing. Okay, now this should be not the token that we should save. That's the point. But we should save like the user session entity. Okay, now as you can see, we just have an error. The argument type user session entity can be assigned to string, and this is because the now our use case, login use case, just return us user session entity, and we want to stock it like in the persistent token. I mean, we can, but that we can do like something like token, and this should be like token.token, but this should be like the user session, for example. But we don't want to do this, So what we are just going to try to do, at least, let's come up there, like in persistent token. Where is persistent token? Okay, so we are just going to replace like the string 1 by user session entity, because now what we want is user session. We don't want to just stir like anymore. We want to stir user session, and this should be called like user session. Yeah. So for example, same get user session, we will have like get session and not only the token, for example. But let's change this refactor to get session and not only, So, and for our logout, we should not just delete the token, but we should, clear all the session. So we will just remove like almost everything. And I think for this part, let's just call it like session, because it's like user session, and we are just going, for example, to, but yeah, you are going to understand. So why we are still getting like error there is because if you want to save token is still, like you should still start like pass the token. But now that's also why I'm just going to refactor this to rename it, and say save session, and it won't be like just token anymore. And there, what we are just going to do is to save all the we are just going to save all the user session. I think I just need to import it. Yeah, perfect. And then if I just made this, it will make more sense to have the user session there that we can just save, basically. So we have the saved one. The get session should be the session itself. So if, for example, we just have get session, we are just going to have all the session from the user, and the clear session still like clear session. So, and yeah, I think that is all. So let's make some update there. So what we are just going to do is, for example, for the save session, we can create like different keys, key token, key user ID, for example, user ID, and the key for the email. And if we have, for example, I don't know, the username you want to add later, we can. So user email, and there, what we are just going to do now for the save session, there is to save the, yeah, let's save the token for this part. Okay, the ID and the email. So these are just going to be what we are just going to do for, for the get session. We are just going to read almost all of them, I guess. Let's just call this final token. Key user ID and the email, Okay, so if there is also just one of them with null, we should return null, or if not, we can create like the session itself that we are just going to return. So we just have the ID, the email, and so on. So I think now let's just use feature that wait. So the key and the email. Okay, yeah. Now I think in the user now in the user session service, so it means that we are just going to save the session now, and same here. Okay, yeah, okay, so we call it like persistent token, that's why it's confusing. So let's just rename it and just say persistent session. So the persistent session should have user session that we are just going to have there. Same for there. Yeah. And so for example, yeah, that's why I just run like Flutter test, because I know we made changement on the login block and the register block. So I was thinking that they should just return us, you know, an error. So what we need to do there, uh, maybe we can decide to just mock uh, those one, you know. So yeah, let's just make this get user. Let me check. Persistent. The body complete normally causing null to be returned. Yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect work. Okay, now I think we should be good. Let me just stop the test and back there. Our main. Okay. Test one at gmail.com. If you remember our password. Okay, yeah, seems to look great, but now if I want to feed block, feed page, sorry, now we had this, like, if you remember that, this is why we were doing like all the refactor, because we had created post and we were using, you know, the user ID, but it is kind of hard coded. So now what we should do is to use like the user session that we are just going to have and pass, for example, I don't know, like user session dot user ID, for example, there, you know. So, and same for username. I think we can pass the user email for now. So, and for example, we will just pass like the user email. So these are going to be what we are just going to do. But before that, let me just come up there and try to see user session. User session service. Where does we used? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So let's just use, yeah, user session service. We just get, okay, and if this one, and if I remove this and just restart, and let's say new post, guys. Oh yeah, let me want to the splash. Okay, before we just call I just want to make sure about okay. Okay. Okay, could not find the correct provider. Oh, okay, yeah, we just need to define it. The thing is, in our main, as you can see, our user service, we just, we are not passing it through the provider. So we are just, call it like that. And if you want to use it, for example, in our splash, we are just injecting it like this. So we can't, to be honest, directly just having it by just using like context read. This won't work until we want to pass it directly, for example, there. Like this. I think this should work. Let me just copy this. No. Okay. So now what we should do is maybe just call it as provider and wrap all the let's wrap all the multi-provider, and yeah, this should be fine, I guess. Okay, let me just do this like widget provider. But I think provider, yeah. The thing is, we don't have provider, so what we can do is, for example, just install like the provider package. So let me, yeah, at least we can still inject it if we want. Let me run this. Okay. Man, now if I just do this, actually this should work, so I can just wrap it directly right. So yeah, let me I think with this it should be like accessible everywhere. Then if I'm not saying wrong, let me just restart this or test. Yeah, yeah, okay. So by just wrapping it there, I think now it should just available just there. So I was thinking that, okay. Yeah. So as you can see, that's because that I'm just using the email, but if we want, we can just get, the username, for example, or whatever. Let me just check something in the register. Supabase Auth. Okay, user set method. Okay, yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay, now we just have this, but currently we are not saving like the username. I mean, we can do something like which is basically like very just a little trick. We can just apply this and basically just say just keep me the first part of the email. So every user that are just going to register, we are just going to keep the first part as username by default. So if I just do this, let me just, okay, that's normal. It is because I already have like user one. But let's suppose, for example, oh yeah, you just remind me like something. This. Set, for example, or logout. Okay. Here, what we can do is to just use the user session service and logout basically when user click on it. So let me just restart, and if I just log out, I should have yeah, I can just log out and just redirect to Splash. Let me just make sure that is the right So there, I want to log in first to see like if it's work. Login, okay, I can log out, and okay, that's fine. So let's create like some password, and we should create like user2, for example. And even if I think we can remove the username because we are not really using it. So now we are just logging as the test2. As you can see, we create an account, but if I post, for example, and I say my name is James Bond, for example, and I post, then directly you will see like user 2, because I was my username was registered as user 2 in there, so perfect. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I also was thinking, for example, if you just, for example, let's suppose that we just have like our James Bond, try to just bring like some image, yeah, and copy this. This is just for the test though. So, and let's suppose that we add it there. Perfect. And we just saved, close this, and just restart our app. Then you can see like the the post with my name there, saying, yeah, my name is just James Bond. Yeah, pretty good. Okay. Now we are just going to work on the like part, but before that, what we are just going to do is to come on Supabase directly there. As you can see, we just have like, this is like authentication part, and in our database we just have the post. So we are just going to create like a new table. So you can decide to create it by clicking just there and fill all the form, or at least come up there in our like, and there, as you can see, we just have a table. I mean, I can remove this if I want, but yeah, we just have a table called like that we are just going to create, and inside this one we have like the post ID related to the the post ID, the user ID, and those are the foreign key. And just to create that, this line is not like mandatory, but it just prevents same user from liking the same post twice, basically, by saying, yeah, just like unique like, for example. So let's just run this, and as you can see, if now I decide to move to table editor, I'm just going to have like, and there we can see that we just have ID there, find post ID that's linked to post ID, and the, let me see, okay, and the user ID that is linked to auth user ID, and this is just like the primary key for each like, because basically you can't just like twice. Yeah, I think this is all for the setup, or what you need at least to set up. But now we are just going to follow like TDD as well. So if I come up there, the like and unlike method or use case is part of like a post. If you create a post, then you can like, you can unlike, and those, we are not going to have like a feature just called, for example, like, at least in our case, I don't see how we should do it. So we are just going to keep them like in the feed one, basically. So what we are just going to have, first of all, is to create like post use case, in our domain use case, and just start working on the like. Let's come up there in the feed domain. We are just going to start with new use case, because this is what we want, right? So let's create like post use case test. Okay, so we can just add this one like this. And yeah, let's set up like, okay, perfect. So let's say should like a post just successfully. This one should return us. So here what we are expecting, at least if we call like our use case, is just to get like a true response. So let's just, yeah. And there we are going to have like post use case dot call, and this one should return us like is true. And for that we should pass like the post ID that the user just want to like. I don't know, post 123, and the user ID should be like 1234. So for this we should have, yeah, because we haven't created it yet, so I can just write this. These are not going to work definitely, but we are just going to use the same repository. So yeah, now let's create like a like post use case. Let's come up in our domain. So in our domain use case there, we are just going to create like post use case, yeah, like this. And this one are just going to be like post use case. Okay. Record the post repository as always, and should have yeah, the only difference there, we should have like post ID, and that's all. Post ID and user ID. So if the user call, for example, like post, then this should probably take like post ID and user ID. Okay, but if I decide to run this, these are not going to work because we just have an error there, and the same method like post isn't defined. Yeah, that's mean there we should have like a like, and also this like post should return us, should return us boolean. So let's move up there and say like post, and this one should take at least 2 params, which is like those one. So okay, so now it take like the post ID and the user ID. So if I click on the mock repository, then he's going to say, yeah, I'm missing something. And same for the repository with an error. So we should try. And let's say just return true, like if everything was successfully. Yeah. Okay. First, if I run this, okay, so he said that okay, what is happening? So in our test, we were, oh yeah, that should make more sense. Okay, now the test pass, that's fine. But in, definitely we should remove like the mock one. But in there, in our Supabase, like repository, as you can see it, now we are just going to miss, yeah, like in this page, we are just going to miss the like one. So I should have created like the like one, but what we are just going to do is to come up there, and he's going to say, yeah, you are missing just the like. So let's just come up there, remove this. I should even if I reduce this, so if I just hard code and make like return true, these are going to work for everything we just are going to like, but that's not our main purpose, you know. So let's just okay. Then there we previously just have like table name, so I'm just going to refactor this and say post table name, and then I will have like likes, for example, yeah, likes table name, so it won't be like confusing at all. So, and there, what we are just going to use is yeah, so what we want is like post one like count, if you remember. And here, so these first requests are just going to fetch like current like count from our, let me just show you there. So in our post we have like count, you know, the counter of the like, so we are just going to fetch and get it from the current post, like based on just one post. So let me just throw the error there, like if okay, and yeah, So here are just going to be like the response, and let's just update it. So and yeah, if everything is good and if we just like the post, then it should just be update. So I think this should be fine. For the repository one. So now we can move into the feed block, because there are just going to be like the next step. Yeah. So let's continue. Now we are just going to move to the feed block. Just to, let me just take this. This is in the test. We just have like feed block just there. For example, where we get like everything related to the feed. But basically what we call there is fetch post request. We should also have, for example, like we can also test the like one directly there. There should not be like a big deal, to be honest. So let's just went to our event. There we have like fetch post. We can have like post requested, for example, and inside this one, very simple, we are just going to have post ID and user ID. Like post request. Okay, yeah. So this should be the event where we want to like something. So if we went to the block itself, let me just close all the tab, and for the block you can just do this. So in the block, as you can see, we just have the fetch one. So we can add like the like post request and just call it like on like post requested, for example. And for this one, so what we are just going to do is to have like a list post requested. I should have just this. Yeah. As event, and so these are just going to be like, if I want to block test, and let's suppose, for example, I want to test like the like one. So I should have yeah, let's suppose, for example, let's say if I like the post, I want to refresh directly after that. So I will call, just got the fetch request. Yeah, this should work, I guess. Don't need this at all because this should be like fine. Even if I call it, this should be fine. Yeah. Okay. So let me just copy this. We don't need to send like fed loading because we don't want to load like anything at all. The only thing that we want is to call, yeah, it means that we should perfect. Okay. So what am I doing? Okay. And for the post, yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I want to refresh just after like. So let me see why I'm feed event. Yeah, should be fine, I guess. Where is okay. Okay, let's just keep it for now. And then there we are just going to have like post use case and I think we can even like just copy this and just replace. Yeah. This should not like bug like anything at all. Yeah, okay. Perfect. And yeah, I think this should be fine if I just decide to move into postcard. I mean the presentation layer. Here I should have this favorite border. Yeah. So let's suppose that's command and reshare or repost, for example. I mean the repost, I don't know, sure. Let's use this one for now. Because if I just do this, yeah. So now what we are just going to do, if I just take this, let me just write it in and say gesture detector on tap. Yeah, we can just okay, let's just add this. And for the on tap, what we are just going to do, so let's call our user session service there. Okay, use session is different from neural. And now we can pass like the event that we want with those parameters. So in our case, the post and then the session user session ID. And I guess this should be fine, but let me just check. Let me just check the count. Yeah, we should have this here. Yeah, I think then we can just restart and making some test. Okay, and yeah, I just forgot this. We're saying that fetch post requests can be assigned to the parameter. This is normal. These are like accidentally we were calling the emit on fetch requested, but the emit is only used for the state if you want to change like the state, like such as failure loading. And in this case, we don't want to change the state, but we want to call like a new event like this one. So we should just call add, for example, like same we just add there. So okay, and as you can see, you know, it just refresh it. But the thing is, I can just like each time I want. But yeah, works, seems to work. And if I want to like, Then currently we are not saving like any like there, but in there, yeah, I can see like the like count that just increase. So yeah, as you can see, now if I click on, let me just refresh this. Okay, so every time I click on it, like it just, increase and just refresh it directly. That's good, but we already have like in there our like table name, but currently, so we need that, for example, to check if the user already liked the post or not. um, so we need also, like, for example, if it's already like it, then we are just going to unlike, and if that's not the case, we should like and just increase, as we are just currently doing just the, yeah. So yeah. And also, so now let's just update our like post logic there. So what we can basically do is check like if the like already exists, so uh let me just, I will probably say, yeah, let's just make this and call it, for example, existing like. So there we are just going to check on the like table name and try to select where user ID and make sure, for example, if this user ID already like this specific post. Yeah, this is for checking if the like already exists. So if that's not the case, so it means that user already like it, so we should just unlike it. I can say these are just going to manage like unlike and like post. We can just also try, for example, if you want just to separate them, but let's just make this for now. So these two there, so we are just going to remove like the user just made, and let me just copy this and there. Just update like, you can just you see like the current like on the post, and there, yeah, we can just make sure it is from that post. So if the user already like it, then we should delete the like from the like table and also just reduce it from, update the counter like. Yeah, that is the case where it is kind of unlike logic, you know. But for example, if the user haven't already liked it, then you should just like the post. So what we are just going to do is to come up there and then hit there. Okay. And yeah, that should be the case. And yeah, so this is the logic for unlike, and this is the logic for like. So actually, if you want, we can just separate them. So have like unlike post and like post based yeah, on what we want. So yeah, we are getting an error when I'm trying to like, for example, like there, it's showing an error. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, this was me. So I think I can just remove this because I was, wait, okay, yeah, that's fine. It was, let me just restart. Okay. What's happened? Um, okay. Okay, now it's work. So if I come up there on the last one, last post, Fabrice, like this one, hey, just have this. And there, yeah, okay, on refreshed. Yeah, so, and if I click on it again, then it just, like if I refresh, just removed and Fabrice count just back to 0. Perfect. Okay, now uh, let's just close all of these. Just make it more clean. Alt tab. I'm just going to open our post on DDD, just there. And we are just going to add a new field called is liked by current user. So basically what we are just going to check is to make sure that the user are already clicked on the like or not. And yeah, that's all. So we can add like there is something called like a copy with, I don't know if you know that, but it are just going to help us to, you know, I can say override our entity model. So let's just copy this. I think I'm just going to copy this basically. And the only difference there okay. So by using copy with, what we are just going to do, for example, if we want, maybe let's just do this. I'm just going to apply it on this, but it could be like apply on others, you know. We are just going to override what we already have. Oh yeah. User ID. There is some fields that are required, so let's just add them. Yeah. And if we want, but not sure that we are just going to. Yeah. So the only link that we want to override is this, but if we want later to override like others, you know, parameter, then we can also do it. Yeah. So this is the first thing that I wanted to add. Then let's move on to our fetch post, like Supabase integration. Yeah. And then in our first post, we are just going to add a new parameter called like current user ID. And the thing is, this one, what we are just going to do there, like we are just going to cross over okay. Okay, and this one we can just rename it like post response, you know. So there you have like post response, and what we are just going to do is to know, for example, which you know, post is already liked, because there we got all the like from the post and that the user have been already liked. Then we make like a kind of a list with set is similar to list, but it just, you know, avoid duplicate values. So post entity. Okay, it's liked. Like post ID if it contain, if user already liked his post, then we should, yeah, if you remember there, and just say that yes, you already liked it, you know, and this should be fine. Now let's move on to our yeah, fetch. Let me see, as you can see there, so now it means that we need to pass this in parameter when we call our fetch post, you know, so current user ID, because we are just going to need it there as well. But if I come up there in fetch post, then we need, of course, I mean, our mock are just going to be broke, that's normal, but that's also one of the reasons if you don't want to use like custom mock, you can just use Mockito, but I really suggest you to use Mocktail over Mockito. We just avoid you know, to just build, to run build command like every time. So, yeah, let me post. Okay. Okay, yeah. I need to go into the use case there. And the thing is, we are just going to, yeah. In our block currently, we need to pass the current user ID. But if you remember, in our block, I would say login, for example, we could inject like the user session service like very easily. So we are just going to do the same there. Oops. Okay. And just tell him that's like required. Okay. And then there, what we are just going to do, for example, is just to call our, you know, final session and get current user, because if we just get this, then we can just get the ID. Very simple, but not corresponding to the lib, and it means now there we should also inject like user service. So yeah, our custom are broke, so let's just fix this and just pass parameter. Yeah, there it is not like a mock, but you know, we just yeah, okay, perfect. Let me just use this mock there. We just use the mock one. Yeah, should be fine. if I come up and run like Flutter test to see if all my tests are still working, that should be the case. If there is something that's broke, then I mean I should fix it, like this one. Okay, instance fail when posts are fetched. Okay, I think it should be like this. Let me run it. Okay. Oh, okay. That's because in our mock there, we just have this, but it should just return. Yeah, it should return this. Let's just mock those value. Yeah, okay. So let me just come up there, Flutter test to make sure everything is good. Okay, looks great now. So let's move to our UI. So what we are just going to do basically in our UI is to use the the field is liked current user, for example. These are going to be like, let me just search for our favorite icon that we, okay. So here, now we just have like this is liked. So if it's like true, then it should be like favorite one. Basically, if it's already like, it should be like this. And I can, even if and there, let's just apply this to, if it is true, then red, if not gray. So let's just restart our app and run this. Okay, fine. The image takes some time to load, but whatever. So if I come up there and okay, what it is, the post idea. Okay, yeah, Let me just log out. Test one. Let's connect as test one. Oh, let me see. Yeah, okay, I know. Sorry. This should be come from. Yeah. My bad. I think that was me. Copy with. Yeah. The thing is, there we are just override, those value, but we are not keeping the previous one. So what we should do is almost have all those value that should be like this, apply it on every field. So if I just restart this, then we should have like image as well, and the like and other value. If not, by default should just take like node, for example. So if I like this post, then show me 2. If I unlike it, then show me 1. So yeah, I think now we are good, and yeah, I hope that you are liking the tutorial. So just let a like and subscribe, guys.